order. The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves the House adjourn from the session of March 17, 2022. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. The House will turn to a prayer by guest chaplain, Rabbi Levi Krinsky, Regional Director of the Shabbat Community.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just going to begin by putting $1 in the charity box and the tzedakah box to an act of kindness. I'm grateful to be here today before you to deliver the invocation of the House of Representatives in the state of New Hampshire. We are all, rightfully so, concerned about the ongoings and the situation in Ukraine. Many thousands of people being killed in cold blood and millions of others forced to flee their homes and the country. Among the many cities that were affected daily and that were just recently in the news was called Mykolaiv. Back in 1902, Rabbi Menachem Schneerson was born in then-known Nikolaev, Ukraine. His father, Rabbi Levi Yitzchak, serves as a chief rabbi in what was then known as Yekaterinoslav, now known as Dnieper. Rabbi Schneerson went on to become one of the generation's most influential spiritual leaders, the leader of the Chabad Lubavitch movement, the largest Jewish organization in the world today. Ukraine has 162 Chabad centers, outreach centers, and hosts the largest Jewish center in the world in the town of Dnieper, known as the Menorah Center. My wife and myself, for the past 32 years, have been representing the Chabad Lubavitch movement here in New Hampshire, and more recently with my colleague Rabbi Moshe Leib Gray in Hanover at Dartmouth College, and my colleague Rabbi Beryl Slavaticki with his wife at the University of New Hampshire, located, of course, in Durham. Yesterday, I had the great pleasure of being in Washington, D.C. with hundreds of my colleagues from around the world, with many dignitaries and many people attending from a bipartisan background. We were there together with many senators, members of the House, to celebrate and commemorate the 120th birthday of the Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem Schneerson, of blessed memory, which will take place on April 12th. The Rebbe's birthday is commemorated around the United States as well as here in New Hampshire on the Day of Education and Sharing. To that end, Governor Sununu just recently signed a proclamation here, just this last week, establishing April 12th as the Day of Education and Sharing in honor of the Rebbe's birthday. Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson dedicated his life to education and commitment to ethics and morality, both in the Jewish community and beyond, for which he was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor back in 1994. He taught that all people are created in the image of God and can reach the full spiritual potential through the adherence of the 7 universal Noachide laws that bind all humanity and as children of God. The Talmud lists the 7 laws. It mentions just a few, which include the basic prohibitions against adultery, murder, and theft, among others, and includes also the requirement to establish courts of law. God of heaven and earth, master of the universe, look favorably upon the House of Representatives of the government of the state of New Hampshire. Bless these distinguished individuals chosen by the people of New Hampshire who place their trust, faith, and confidence in them to make the laws and decisions for them and their families. Let us recognize that this is a God-given position that is actually in the performance of one of the 7 universal laws given to us by God in the Torah, in order to ensure a peaceful and moral society governed by the laws that are based on the recognition and acknowledgement of you, God, and the sovereign ruler of all men and women and all nations. Grant us, Almighty God, that those assembled here today be aware of your presence, and that by laboring in the enactment of just laws, they are fulfilling your will. Bless them with good health, wisdom, compassion, good cheer, and good fellowship. May we pray that God hasten the fulfillment of the vision of the prophet of Isaiah, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares, their spears into pruning hooks. Nations shall not lift sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. Oseh shalom b'mramav, huyateh shalom aleinu, v'al kol Yisrael v'yimru amen. He who makes peace on high, may he bring peace upon us and upon all humanity, and let us say amen.
The chair recognizes Nicole. The chair recognizes a member from Deerfield, Representative Terry Roy, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair recognizes Nicole Knox Murphy of Candia, who will now sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Cleaver, Ellis, Mary Griffin, Hopper, Lawton, Levitt, Lundgren, Myler, O'Hearn, Timothy Smith, Sophocletus, Tudor. The day, important business, Representatives Bouros, Amanda Bolden, Cody, Cross, DeSilvestro, Gorg, Harrington, Macbeth, Moran, O'Hara, Schuett, Vincent, Von Plinsky, Woodcock. The day, illness in the family, Representatives Elliott, Perez, and Wazir.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. House will attend to introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Connor Sengaloon, student at Hinsdale High School, our page for the day.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House.
Mr. Speaker, please also welcome Mona Cotter and Tim Hall, guest and husband of Representative Hall. Katie Paternal, guest of Representative Cordelli. Doug Hansen, guest of Representative Gotland. Brett Weinbrenner and Ryan Fitzer, guests of Representative Bartlett. Sue LaCroix, Catherine Pepler, Ken Kale, Carmen Benoit, Brian Murphy, and Barbara Lyman, guests of Representative Roy. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. House will attend to Senate messages. Question is on the motion. chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House on the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 102, establishing a commission to study worldwide combined reporting method for unitary businesses under the business profits tax and relative to the treatment of water or sewage disposal utilities under the business profits tax.
Representative Major moves that we concur and is recognized to speak to the motion, to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill was amended by the Senate to exempt from the business profits tax any contribution of aid or capital for a water or sewage project. The federal law was changed in 2017 in the Infrastructure Investment and Job Act to exempt contributions to aid of construction for water line extensions and sewage system improvements. The Department of Environmental Services and the Department of Revenue Administration requested the legislature update the state's treatment of contributions in aid of construction for water line extensions and system improvements. The amendment to House Bill 102 updates RSA 77A:3 to mirror the federal law and thus reducing the total cost of these projects to communities in New Hampshire. I hope you will support the Ways and Means Committee and concur on House Bill 102.
The question is on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is accepted. Further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House on the passage of the following entitled bill with amendments, in the passage of which amendments the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1063, relative to the technical changes to the administration of certain taxes by the Department of Revenue Administration and relative to county redevelopment district bonds for unincorporated places.
Representative Major moves we concur and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment to House Bill 1063 is a technical clarification to the County Bonding Authority statute, which is essential for the redevelopment of the Balsam and Dixville Notch. The developer is in the process of financing the Balsam project through Goldman Sachs, which includes issuance of county redevelopment district bonds under New Hampshire RSA 33:20 for an unincorporated place. RSA 3320 is in conflict with RSA 28:24. County Bond Counsel, the developer's lawyer, the Goldman Sachs lawyer, and the New Hampshire Attorney General all agree the language needs to be clearer. The amendment to RSA 3320 clarifies the procedure for the issuance of redevelopment district bonds by the
member
county
will
commissioners
suspend.
for an unincorporated place. So
The
I
House,
hope that you'll
the member will
support-
suspend. The House will be in order. It's extremely loud already, and we just started. Member may continue.
Do the last part over again. The amendment to RSA 33:20 clarifies the procedure for the issuance of redevelopment district bonds for the county commissioners for an unincorporated place. We hope you will support the Ways and Means and concur on this. Thank you.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1063. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Representative Osborne and Wallner move the adoption of an amendment to House Rule 66, adding House deadlines, as proposed by the Rules Committee and as printed in the House calendar. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and by the necessary two-thirds, and the amendment is adopted. Representative Osborne and Wallner move the adoption of an amendment to House Rule 58 regarding memorial remarks as proposed by the Rules Committee and as printed in the House calendar. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted by the necessary two-thirds. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And an emailed from the chairman of the House Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. As the chair of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee, pursuant to House Rule 47F, please accept this communication as a formal request to waive off the second committee assignment of House Bill 1469.
House will now attend to the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, from the Committee on Finance, House Bill 1540, removed by Representative True.
Are there any other bills to be removed? Representative Osborne moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in today's House record be adopted. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. We're now on to the regular calendar. Part 1. For what reason does a member rise?
A question of the chair.
State your question.
I just wanted to see that all, any amendments that were, that there are no, all amendments are germane in, for the upcoming, for the rest of the calendar.
I'm sorry. All amendments are?
Germane. That there are no non-germane.
None that I know of.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Majority of the Committee on State and Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs, to which was referred H.R. 15, an act condemning the Communist Party of China and the People's Republic of China, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Michael Moffett from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution that resolved that is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Linda Massimilla for the minority of the committee. Amendment is 0131H, printed in House Record 12, page 39. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on State and Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs, to which was It's getting awful noisy in a short period of time. If you need to have a conversation, please take it out to the anteroom. And for those of you who haven't remembered, turn on your voting stations. Majority of the Committee on State and Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs, to which was referred H.R. 17. An act opposing all federal and state efforts to establish a carbon tax on fuels for electricity and transportation. Considered the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator William Foster for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Lawrence Welkowitz for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Horrigan to speak against the committee report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, I mean. So I'm here to urge you to vote against the ought to pass on H.R. 17, a resolution opposing all federal and state efforts to establish a carbon tax on fuels for electricity and transportation. Our congressional delegation cares a lot about what we do in Concord. 3 of them are, in fact, former state legislators. The 4th is a former lobbyist. And they but they do know better than to pay much attention to House resolutions. I don't think any of them will change their votes on carbon taxation or any other issue just because the Speaker of the House, that would be you, Mr. Speaker, forwards a copy, and I'm sure it will be nicely formatted, of this House resolution. And H.R. 17 is especially irrelevant because it's ill-informed. I would especially like to highlight the last whereas, although I think I think there were 6 whereases. I think all of them were false except for the first one, which is a rather banal observation that it's good to have lots of electricity. Anyway, the last whereas is the sole purpose of the tax code should be to fund necessary government functions rather than manipulate consumer decisions. And in my opinion, that's not true at all. Encouraging desirable decisions and discouraging undesirable ones is a legitimate function of the tax code. And this statement is also inconsistent with just about every tax policy debate we have here in Concord, including I think we have at least one about a tax cut later today coming up, where every proposed tax cut is always promoted as an incentive for getting more of something or other which we want more of. Similarly, although tax increases here in Concord are almost unthinkable, I mean, they happen occasionally, but it's supposedly almost unthinkable, they can legitimately serve as an incentive for getting less of something we want less of. And of course also this proposed carbon taxes, there's several proposals, none of which have gone far in Congress, would actually raise quite a bit of revenue too. But anyway, reducing fossil fuel consumption is a desirable goal for many reasons, just to name a couple. First of all, there's a finite amount of oil and gas on the earth. We're going to run out at some point. We're not going to run out of wind or solar, but we will run out of oil and gas at some point. It's often located in inconvenient places, such as Vladimir Putin's Russia. Also, fossil fuel consumption causes an immense amount of pollution, including but not limited to greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide. And just to say where I'm coming from, yes, I do believe that greenhouse gases cause global warming, that global warming is a problem. But those first two apply even if you're not worried about global warming. It's also untimed. I know gas taxes are double what they were 2 years ago, but 2 years ago demand was at an all-time low because no one was driving or flying anywhere because there was nowhere to go to. Demand is back to normal now, but now the fossil fuel supply has been disrupted, and it will be disrupted for quite some time by the Russian-Ukrainian war. A minute ago I referred to Putin's Russia, referring of course to Vladimir Putin, and he is a madman, but he's a madman and motivated in part by his desire to take advantage of Ukraine's fossil fuel resources. It's a fairly significant fossil fuel producer. Russia is one of the largest producers on the planet. And also, basically the only source of income that Russia has right now is oil and gas revenues. So he's paying for this disastrous war in part by selling oil and gas to the West. And reducing fossil fuel consumption was a desirable goal even in peacetime, but it's even more desirable now during a time of war. And believe me, this is a time of war. So anyway, please vote no on the ought to pass motion to H.R. 17 so that an alternative motion may be considered. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Wolkowitz to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I arise in opposition to this theoretical ban on all carbon pricing. H.R. 17 came to the State Federal Committee because the resolution includes banning the federal government from imposing any tax on carbon. I would like you to oppose H.R. 17. It's a bad out-of-state polluter idea. It's bad for New Hampshire's citizens. It's bad for our businesses, economy, and our future. The public opposed it 149-4 in the committee hearing. At first glance, you might say, hey, any tax is bad, so a carbon tax must be bad too. The Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act, which is making its way through Congress, is an example of legislation which would be theoretically banned. This is a federal border-adjusted cash-back carbon fee on fossil fuel production, including a tax on foreign producers. Economic analyses show that it will bring cash back to most New Hampshire citizens, except for big corporations and people who fly around in private jets. Most economists, including Milton Friedman, agree that this type of carbon pricing is critical towards reducing our reliance on fossil fuels. Carbon assessments are made at critical choke points. For example, the points at which foreign producers of oil or gas create the fossil fuel when they put the oil in a barrel, for example. The EU, Canada, and other nations are adopting these types of levies, but if we can't reciprocate, it is Americans and American businesses that will be hurt. Explicit carbon pricing is the only climate policy that enables us to protect U.S. businesses while holding other countries accountable for their pollution. If this resolution is adopted, it will hurt, not help, most New Hampshire citizens. So the next question that we have to ask is, do we need to reduce CO2 resulting from pollution? There's a report that just came out a few days ago by the United Nations, reviewed line by over 200 of the top scientists from around the world. They press code red, and as you should press the red button on this one, they press the code red button on CO2 emissions from fossil fuels. We're simply at a critical point in history, but HR 17 says otherwise. Don't worry, everything is okay, we're going to be fine. And yet not one scientific organization in the entire world, not one scientific organization in the entire world claims that CO2 does not present a clear and present danger. I was born at 347 parts per million CO2. We're now at 420 parts per million CO2 and rising. Global temperatures are rising, not going down. My neighbor, Charlie DeLaz, who I just spoke to the other day, has been a New Hampshire farmer and gardener his whole life. His father was a state rep from Hancock, a Republican, back in the 60s. Charlie knows the climate is changing. He sees that the lilacs are blooming 3 weeks early. He sees that the sap is starting early and isn't running into April. He knows that tick-borne illnesses are on the rise, that there are cardinals flying around at a weird time of year. He also knows that humans are contributing to this problem. If we can all agree that pollution is bad, that humans are creating pollution, and that pricing carbon is a way out, why wouldn't we agree that it is our responsibility as parents, grandparents, stewards of the state to vote against this really bad resolution? HR 17 suggests a bad that is unreasonable. I urge you to vote no, red button. We must do better.
Chair recognizes
Thank you, Mr.
Roxanne
Speaker.
Bernardi to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Renewable energy sources suffer from two significant problems. One, they are not cost-effective for baseload power. Two, they are not dispatchable, meaning the sun is not always shining. There is night, there's clouds, there's rain, there's snow, there's fog. The wind doesn't always blow, or it blows too hard. Small-scale hydro streams dry up for part of the year. You cannot always rely on them. Peak power demand in the coldest 4 months of the year in New England occur at night. Wind turbines need to be shut down during major storms or a nor'easter. Baseload net zero carbon is impossible unless it is nuclear. There is a climate change, then there's climate change. Our climate is always changing. 20,000 years ago, we would have been under 1 mile of ice. We've had global cooling, global warming, now it's climate change. And the predictions from the IPCC climate models have been wrong for more than 30 years. There's been no increase in catastrophic weather or storms. The North Pole did not melt, and the polar bears are still thriving. To be sure,
The House will be in order.
that mile of ice that was above us did not melt from excess carbon dioxide. I trust the ability of man to use technology, engineering, and scientific knowledge to adapt to the very slow climate changes, warming or cooling, that the planet experiences. Over the last 100 years, the planet did get 1 degree warmer. We survived. We adapted. We will adapt to any slow warming or cooling in the future. Climate change leadership appears to agree to this. Al Gore, Barack Obama, and John Kerry all have substantial oceanfront properties. Watch what they do, not what they say. Yet in order to push a more rapid uptake of green technology in the U.S., despite carbon limits not being considered for China or India, advocates propose an economy-crushing carbon tax to make fossil fuels more expensive, thereby improving the relative economic viability of renewable sources of power. This concept is fiscally bankrupt. All you need to observe is the disastrous impact of the current administration's actions in throttling gas and oil exploration, production, and transportation. It is the major contributor to tremendous fuel and electricity price hikes we now see. This policy is effectively a carbon tax, and our citizens do not need an expansion of that pain. Advocates propose to mitigate the pain by rebating the tax to our citizens. I only ask you to consider what happened to the Social Security lockbox. When more revenue was needed to finance growing financial debt, the lockbox was broken. We are so lucky we don't have a significant national debt now. Vote yes and push the green button to send this resolution to our federal delegation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
House will be in order. Representative Baldessaro has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Welkowitz for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that H.R. 17 would deprive working and middle-class citizens of New Hampshire from cash back from these penalties on fossil fuel production, if I know that H.R. 17 would hurt most of our citizens but help only the wealthiest, if I know that reducing pollution is a high priority, and if I know that the world's scientists are a better source of information than YouTube videos, would I then press the red button and oppose this resolution?
Chair recognizes Representative Vos for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that a carbon tax would increase the cost of gasoline, kerosene, diesel fuel, natural gas, liquefied natural gas, propane, aviation fuel, even butane, And Mr. Speaker, if I further know that increasing the cost of these fuels would increase the cost of every product and every service that uses those fuels, would I now press the green button to protect the taxpayers and the ratepayers of New Hampshire? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the majority motion of order pass on H.R. 17. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Tanner. Representative Tanner, turn your station on and vote. Representative Levin. Representative Egan.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. (178) voting yea, 159 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the remarks of the previous debate be placed in the permanent journal.
The House will be in order. Without objection, the remarks will be placed in the permanent journal. Majority of the Committee on State and Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs, which was referred H.R. 18, an act urging Congress to remove the exception from the 13th Amendment, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted. Having considered the same, report the same, the following resolution resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative David Lundgren from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Tony LaBranche for the minority of the committee. For what reason did a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, to make a motion.
State your motion.
I'd like to make a motion to table H.R. 18.
That is a proper motion. The motion division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the tabling motion in H.R. 18. It's going to be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Baldessaro for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Oh, I thought he was saying something. Sorry, Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this House resolution on the 13th Amendment has come to state and federal relations many, many times, And if I further know that it's time that we move on and get out of state and federal and go to another committee, would I then press the green button to table this bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Branch for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that the current 13th Amendment makes an exemption to allow for state-sponsored slavery, and if I oppose state-sponsored slavery, would I now press the red button so that we can pass this resolution? Thank you.
The question before us is the tabling motion on H.R. 18. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 195 voting yea, 145 voting nay. Tabling motion is adopted. Majority Committee on Transportation, to which was referred House Bill 1093, Act relative to the licensure of non-resident aliens temporarily residing in New Hampshire. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Thomas Walsh for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative George Sykes for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Sykes to speak against the committee report.
Mr. Speaker and colleagues, before you vote on HB 1093, I would like to provide a human context to the issue before us. Imagine you and two of your friends are operating a shoestring school for impoverished children in the mountains of Haiti. Sadly, your efforts have come to the attention of criminal elements. They killed one of your friends, they kidnapped you, and then they tried to demand the ransom from the third. You were able to escape and flee, but as the practice for the criminal elements in this country, in order to keep them from being discovered by police, they will then come and try and kill you, the person who escaped, as well as the friend who they tried to get the ransom from. Or imagine if you are an Afghani, or perhaps in the near future from Ukraine. When you arrive in the U.S. legally, I repeat, legally, you decide to live in New Hampshire and you apply for asylum. Living in New Hampshire, you're required to get a driver's license after 60 days. However, without a work permit, you are not qualified to get that driver's license yet. Asylum seekers will automatically receive a work permit after 365 days if they have not had their asylum hearing. And I point out that asylum hearings take years before they get to them nowadays. This bill simply closes the gap between arrival and the issuance of the work permit and obtaining a temporary New Hampshire driver's license, as have, I might point out, nearly 29,000 legal aliens temporarily living in New Hampshire, utilizing the same system of control that happens when the license would expire. In the name of those who are affected by war, drug violence, and other violent events, who have been forced to flee all that they hold near and dear, I urge you to overturn the committee recommendation by pressing the red button so that another motion may be introduced. And Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
We're down to the final speaker. A roll call has been requested by Representative Baldessaro. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Walsh to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are plenty of legitimate asylum applicants, and the majority of the committee has no issue with those. We believe that the current law is sufficient. This bill would allow any asylum petitioner to apply for a driver's license without work authorization or a social security number because of a delay in the processing of these applications. The proponents of this bill cite COVID-19 and a diversion of resources for the delay. But I don't know, maybe it's me. Maybe it's the 2 million plus people that crossed the border last year that are causing the delay. Maybe it's the caravan after caravan specifically designed to overwhelm the system that are causing the delay. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, when the federal government starts enforcing their immigration laws, then perhaps we can look at changing ours. Until then, please support the committee report of IT Health. Thank you.
This will be a roll call vote. Members, take their seats. The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1093. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Sykes for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, if I know that it is our obligation as representatives to try and fix the problems that we see confronting the people who live in this state, and if I know that this is just a temporary closing of what I might call a loophole in the current regulations, would I now press the red button and allow us to present another motion?
Chair recognizes Representative Walsh for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I believe the current law is sufficient, and if I also believe that we have no obligation to change our laws because the federal government chooses to ignore theirs, then would I now press the green button?
The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1093. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 186 voting yea, 161 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Transportation, to which was referred, House Bill 1302 FN, an act relative to weighting of vehicles, having considered same, report the same, the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Stephen Smith from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee. Being unable to agree with the majority report with the following resolution, resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Kathleen Rombo for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Rombo to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the House Transportation Majority's recommendation of ought to pass for HB 1302. House Bill 1302 would revise RSA 266-17 to prohibit law enforcement from stopping and weighing non-commercial vehicles that may be over their permitted weight capacity. If passed, the bill will take away a tool for keeping our roadways safe without solving any current discernible problem. Under current law, a law enforcement officer may stop a commercial or non-commercial vehicle and weigh the vehicle. The officer may employ a stationary or portable scale or direct the driver to a nearby public motor vehicle scale within 10 miles. House Bill 1302 would restrict that authority to commercial vehicles only. This bill raises potentially significant public safety concerns. The Transportation Committee heard testimony from the New Hampshire Department of Safety, Division of State Police, regarding the risks caused by excessive vehicle weight, which may require police intervention. For instance, a vehicle's braking ability and steering effectiveness are subjected to a greater failure under stress from excess weight. Tires can blow out from heightened heat and pressure that come with excess weight. In other words, an overloaded pickup truck headed to the town landfill or transfer station can represent a greater risk than just loose debris flying off, even though the driver may not intend or be aware of such risk. The same is true for a family minivan headed home from Home Depot, overloaded with house project supplies. While the majority suggests that the current law is obsolete, we heard extensive testimony from the state police that the current law is necessary as an opportunity to educate drivers about the dangers of driving overloaded vehicles, not just to impose citations. Importantly, probable cause is already required to justify stopping and weighing a non-commercial vehicle. Indeed, these vehicles are rarely issued citations for exceeding weight capacity. The committee heard testimony from the Department of Safety that such stops have only occurred approximately 6 times in the last 5 years, and a vehicle must also be at least 20% over capacity to be given a citation. My concern is that House Bill 1302 will make it harder for law enforcement to keep drivers safe, both drivers of overweight vehicles and drivers sharing the road with them, without evidence of any benefit. These vehicles are already rarely stopped for exceeding weight capacity. Officers must have probable cause for doing so. I have subsequently learned after committee hearing from the Department of Safety that should the Federal Highway Administration determine our law or procedure does not comply with federal standards, we risk losing millions of dollars in federal public works funding, as most recently occurred in 2013. The dangers of braking or steering failure or blown out tires on the highway are ones we should and can seek to mitigate to protect everyone on the road. There was no testimony as to how this bill would help residents or why it is necessary. I ask that you oppose the majority recommendation of OTP on HB 1302 and push the red button so that another motion may be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Stephen Smith to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what this bill is about is how you're prosecuted, not what the violation is. It deals with overweight. After the bill is passed, you can still get an overweight ticket. What you can't do is be ordered to drive 20 miles to help them prosecute you. That's just insane. So, Mr. Speaker, I looked up your, your RAV, and it can hold 985 pounds. So if me and 3 of my buddies need a ride, you're probably overweight. A lot of you probably don't know what your vehicle is rated to carry. Now, when you give us that ride, if an officer thinks that a bunch of us look suspicious, and we might, he can pull you over and then have you drive up to 10 miles to some scales to see if his suspicion that you're overweight is correct. That's wrong. Commercial vehicles, sure, it's a condition of their operation. They have to go out, meet certain regulations. A lot of them are federal regulations. But this is about your passenger vehicle. Did you know if you have a half-ton pickup truck, let's say a crew cab, so it's got a back seat, half-ton, you put 5 200-pound adults in that, you can't put a bag of potato chips in the bed without being overweight. I'll bet a lot of you didn't know that. And you didn't mean to break the law, and you could get a ticket, but you shouldn't be required to drive 20 miles to assist the prosecution. So that's all this bill does. Doesn't touch commercial vehicles. You can still get an overweight ticket. Now, we did hear, well, what about the crazy guys? They go down to Home Depot and they have stuff loaded in the back with a forklift. Those things have weights on the bags. So if you have 20 50-pound bags of anything, they had a wicked good sale on Garden Stone and you went nuts, you're still getting your ticket. So it's improper search and seizure. They can make you drive. That's wrong. You can still get an unsafe load. What about the scrap guys? They're probably going to get an unsecured ticket. There's a million ways to write a ticket. We asked the police. They said, yes, they can do that. So please pass the bill and stop this ridiculous search and seizure that makes you do a 20-mile round trip to help them write a ticket. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Rombo has requested a division. This will be a division vote. Members take their seats. The motion before us is a majority report of order pass on House Bill 1302. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Vayu for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this law is well-intentioned but does not address any existing problem, and if I know that being able, with probable cause, to stop private vehicles that are blatantly operating above their safe load limits is an important tool for police to help keep dangerously overweight vehicles off the road, would I now press the red button so that another motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Walsh for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Department of Safety testified that if they had reason to believe a non-commercial vehicle was overweight, they would not make them drive to a scale because it's unsafe. They would not waste the time bringing their portable scales there because it's not worth it. They would actually ask them to relieve the load there, which makes this current law unneeded. If I knew all this, I'd press the green button. Thank you.
The motion before us is a majority report of order pass on House Bill 1302. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 199 voting yea, 151 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. If everybody will stay in their seats, we have a one-on-one with a division coming up. Majority of the Committee on Transportation, to which was referred House Bill 1401, an act prohibiting the disclosure of the number of miles driven by a Pacific driver licensed by the state or vehicle registered in the state. We considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Thomas Walsh from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Laura Terleski for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0905H, printed in House Record 12, page 22. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Terleski to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1401 is a bill that would keep our mileage private from the federal government after the recent passage of the bipartisan infrastructure bill and continued discussions in this body of a mileage-based road usage fee. The minority of the committee believes that HB 1401 goes too far by tying the hands of New Hampshire and our nation as we try to solve the highway funding crisis. First, some background on why this is so very important. Our highway fund that builds and maintains our state roads, highways, and bridges is solely reliant on federal funds as well as our own gasoline tax. The cost of every gallon of gas includes a 23-cent tax which goes into our highway fund to pay for the construction and maintenance of our transportation infrastructure. Now consider that over the last 2 decades, new vehicles are seeing fuel efficiency like never before. A gallon of gas that used to move a car 17 miles is now moving that car over 30 miles, nearly twice the road usage, but with the state collecting that same 23 cents. Now add on that, top of that, the growing number of fully electric vehicles on our roads that pay nothing into the highway fund. As our vehicles become more advanced and efficient, we are seeing less revenue. It's a complicated crisis that needs to be tackled not only here in New Hampshire, but nationwide. This bill, as amended, prevents the sharing of vehicle mileage with any public authority authorized to enforce motor vehicle tax laws without the consent of the vehicle's owner, lessee, or renter. This would give a driver the choice to opt out of having their mileage usage shared, thereby letting them decide if they pay their fair share for wear and tear on our roads. What could possibly go wrong with that? This morning on the other side of the wall, HB 1040 is on the consent calendar after passing the House on a voice vote in February. 1040 establishes a commission to study revenue alternatives to the gas tax and the future of road funding, where undoubtedly this issue of mileage usage will be vital to the discussion. And this bill right here, HB 1401, if passed, is going to complicate that process. This is not just a New Hampshire problem. This is a nationwide problem. A few weeks ago when we voted on CACR 32, nearly all of us agreed that New Hampshire is, at its core, a fundamental part of something bigger. We are not an island, and we mutually benefit from being a state in this union. And because of that, we have a responsibility to not pass HB 1401. How we fund our roads at both state and federal levels needs to change. Gasoline has been the one constant for more than a century, but that has changed, and we need to approach the problem carefully and deliberately. One of the possible tools we need in our toolbox is mileage usage, and HB 1401 takes that tool and locks it away so we can't use it. I ask that you vote no on the committee report of ought to pass as amended so that as Granite Staters and as Americans we can attempt to solve this complex and multifaceted problem of funding our infrastructure and have all tools available to us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Ammon to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, 80% of our state's voters voted at the ballot box to adopt an amendment to our Constitution, Article 2B. It states that an individual's right to live free from governmental intrusion in private or personal information is natural and essential and inherent. And so building off of that mandate from our voters, we need to put those things into statute. And so this bill is one small attempt to put privacy of our personal information in statute, while at the same time sending a message to the federal government that we're not interested in new tax schemes for our state's citizens. In the $1.2 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill, there is a pilot program to enact a nationwide mileage tax. This bill, this very short bill, would prevent our state's inspection stations and the Department of Transportation from revealing the mileage usage of our state drivers to an outside taxing authority. The bill is so short, I'll just read it and I'll wrap it up there. Notwithstanding any provision of the law to the contrary, no information relative to the mileage of a motor vehicle shall be shared by the department or an inspection station with any public authority authorized to enforce motor vehicle tax laws without the consent of the vehicle's owner, lessee, or renter. For purposes of this paragraph, public authority shall not include any entity representing the state of New Hampshire. So the state of New Hampshire is free to explore adopting a mileage tax if that's something that we want to do here. It doesn't interfere with any business operations, such as a company called Carfax or other companies like it that rely on vehicle mileage data, much of it not tied to an individual. So please vote green to pass this and tell the federal government that we're not interested in their pilot program for a new tax scheme. Thank you.
Representative Teleski has requested a division. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Representative Osborne has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the majority report of order passes amended on House Bill 1401. This is going to be a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Teleski for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that as a state and nation we need to tackle the challenge of how we pay for our roads and highways, and that the long-established tax on gasoline no longer spreads the burden equally on all users and isn't providing the necessary revenue, and if I know that HB 1401 will prohibit the use of mileage as one component of a multifaceted solution to the highway funding crisis, and that another bill on the way to being signed is a commission that directly deals with this issue, then would I now press the red button and vote no on the committee report of ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Walsh for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know the Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act contains a new tax scheme based on mileage, and this bill is a firewall to it. If I know our citizens overwhelmingly adopted a constitutional amendment that insists that their personal information remain private unless they choose otherwise, and if I also know that this bill does not tie the hands of future legislatures, would I now press the green button?
The motion before us is the majority report of order passes amended on House Bill 1401. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 189 voting yea, 160 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Transportation, to which was referred House Bill 1424, Act relative to the speed limit for watercraft on Lake Winnipesaukee. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Carol Crawford for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Aiden Ankenberg for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Bordas to speak against the committee report. Representative waves off. Chair recognizes Representative Gagney to speak for the committee report. He waves off also. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1424. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Transportation, to which was referred House Bill 1463. House will be in order. An act relative to driver's licenses issued in accordance with the Real ID Act of 2005. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator Ted Gorski for the committee. The question before us is on the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Division has been requested. This will be a division vote. Nobody can come in. Members be in their seats. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate. The chair was uncertain, so this is a confirmation vote. It is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Representative Love. Representative Wolf. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay the vote. 177 voting yea, 154 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Transportation, to which was referred House Bill 166FN, an act relative to the application process for driver's licenses and the privacy of motor vehicle records. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Ted Gorski for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative George Sykes for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Sykes. Speak against the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, colleagues, I'd like to take a few moments of your time to talk about what House Bill 1666 does and what it does not do. First, what the bill does. This bill will set up provisions to test and license undocumented persons for driving privileges. The minority believes that testing those who might otherwise be able to drive for more than 14,000 undocumented persons as to their ability to drive safely is of paramount importance. But this is a public safety measure. I want to repeat that. This is a public safety measure. Over 120 people signed in electronically in support of this bill, with only 8 opposed. We have heard in the past strong testimony from the police chiefs in support of this bill, support which recognizes that this bill would greatly assist them in their community policing efforts. The American Friends Service Committee, the ACLU, as well as churches and immigrants' rights groups, also supported this bill. Their support recognizes that the bill improves public safety and provides for expanded social and economic justice. Passage of the bill would allow many more people to register their automobiles and to purchase insurance. What the bill does not do is grant any further privileges beyond just that, driving privileges. You will hear that persons with a driver's license would use that document to vote. The reality is that it will only prove a person's identity, their residence, and their age. It will not, I repeat, not prove their citizenship, which is the ultimate requirement for voting. More than 17 other states have made provisions such as this in their state. This bill will add to the efforts previously passed by this legislature to expand driving privileges to the people who live in the state. For example, this House has passed it, made it possible for homeless to get a driver's license. Holders of this license will join the already existing more than 29,000 non-citizens who currently hold driving privileges in this state. So I urge you to overturn the committee by pressing the red button so that another motion may be made. And, Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
This is going to be a division vote. We're down to the last speaker, so members take your seats. Senator Baldessaro has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. We're down to the last speaker. Members take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Gorski to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of ITL. In essence, if passed, this bill will allow undocumented individuals to acquire a New Hampshire's driver's license. Now, in preparation for my arguments, I was reminded of a song sung by Paul Simon, 50 reasons to leave your lover. Well, there may be 50 reasons to leave your lover, but I'm going to give you 3 main reasons why this bill needs to be ITL'd. First, this bill prohibits the sharing of motor vehicle information to be shared to federal immigration services such as ICE and protection agencies. So if they suspect there's someone here who is here illegally or undocumented illegally, this bill prohibits the sharing of information. Second, integrity of elections. I disagree with my esteemed colleague who says this has nothing to do with voting. In testimony, it was brought up that, oh no, these licenses aren't going to be used for voting. But let me ask you, how many times have you gone to vote and you presented your license? Did they do a scan of that license to see if it was legitimate or not? A license is a legal document. What this will do will open up the lack of integrity at our elections, because you cannot guarantee that 100% of the people will not use this to vote. Lastly, and probably the biggest reason, it's going to create a sanctuary state here in New Hampshire. It's going to take the meaning of Bienvenue, New Hampshire, to a whole new meaning. So in closing, I ask you to support the committee's recommendation of ITL by pressing the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is a majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1666. This is going to be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1666. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Sykes for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, if I believe that one of the primary directives of our service as legislators is to provide for better public safety, and that this bill accomplishes that by proving that people who are driving in this state now can drive because they've taken a test, both a written and a practical exam. And if I believe that it is the right thing to do for the people who live in this state, would I now press the red button so that a new motion can be introduced?
Chair recognizes Representative Walsh for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill says that for a fee, a small fee of 150 American dollars, anyone basically on the planet can acquire a New Hampshire driver's license without providing a social security number. Oh, by the way, they can't share that information either. If I also know that this bill prohibits motor vehicle information from being shared with any agency that enforces immigration law, would I now press the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1666. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 189 voting yea, 160 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. We have a wonderful class up there sitting in our gallery. Everybody give a good wave to our future legislators and future leaders of the state. Welcome to the New Hampshire House.
This next bill is a division with PIs.
Okay, members, stay in your seats. We've got the next bill is a division vote with PIs only. So members, return to your seats. Majority of the Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 1478 FNA, an act relative to the business profits tax applicable to the certain large, low-wage employees. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Alan Bernstein for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Jenny Gamalo for the minority of the committee. This is a division vote. Members, return to your seats. Who requested a roll call? It is not. It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate in House Bill 1478. This is going to be a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Adjutant for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill, the Stop Corporate Welfare Act of 2022, is this body's first effort to stop large, profitable corporations from receiving roundabout subsidies from Medicaid and food stamps by paying their workers low wages. If I know that the mere introduction of this bill's sister bill, the Stop Bad Employers by Zeroing Out Subsidies, or Bezos Act of 2018, was enough to make Amazon raise their starting wage to $15 an hour. If I know that frustration with corporate welfare is so bipartisan that it is probably the single issue where myself, the Cato Institute, and even Fox host Tucker Carlson see eye to eye. And if I know that ending corporate welfare would increase wages while saving taxpayer dollars, would I now vote red so a different motion can be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Bernstein for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know the complex and nuanced factors that drive real and sustainable wage growth are best left to the invisible hand of the marketplace, not the ham-handedness of legislative fiat. And Mr. Speaker, if I'm aware that HB 1478 would disproportionately harm low-margin, labor-intensive businesses such as grocery stores and retailers. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I believe that when considering the constitutionality of HB 1478 in the context of Part 2, Article 5 of the New Hampshire Constitution regarding equal and proportional tax rates, well, to be frank, Mr. Speaker, let me put it this way. If I believe that the love child of Oliver Wendell Holmes and Nadia Comaneci could not perform the legal gymnastics required to present a coherent constitutional argument for this bill, would I now press the green button and support the 18-1 bipartisan majority of the Ways and Means Committee and ITL this well-intentioned but severely misguided bill. Thank you.
The motion before us, House will be in order. The motion before us, the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1478. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Egan. Representative Terosian. Representative LaFlamme.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? I guess you already see the results. Yeas are 304, nays are 40. Committee report is adopted. Everybody stay in their seats. The next one is a division and just parliamentary inquiries. Majority of the Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 1524 FN, an act establishing a National Service Alumni Attraction and Retention Fund. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Walter Spilsbury for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative James Murphy for the minority of the committee. The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate. This is a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1524. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Murphy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know recent Moody Analytics and the New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute reports show that jobs are returning to the state of New Hampshire back to pre-pandemic levels, but that our state is growing older, that retirements are increasing, that a significant number of young people are migrating out of the state, and as a result, the workforce numbers in New Hampshire are still lagging far behind. And if I know that House Bill 1524 is a 3-year trial designed to recruit and retain dedicated and talented students and employees to the state through a matching grant program administered by Volunteer New Hampshire, which has extensive experience managing millions of dollars of federally funded each year in New Hampshire. And if I know that House Bill 1524 will not cost the New Hampshire taxpayers a single penny, as it will be funded entirely by federal ARPA dollars. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the greatest challenge facing our New Hampshire businesses right now is the lack of a robust workforce, and that House Bill 1524 will help relieve this critical shortage, would I now push the red button on the ITL motion so that another motion can be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Spilsbury for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that showering Peace Corps and AmeriCorps alumni with up to $6,000 in grants each may sound good, but that the bill itself, even if it were amended, is light on operational details and lacking in clear qualifying criteria. And if I know that this bill would earmark $750,000 in FY23 unbudgeted for individuals who are not yet New Hampshire residents without any performance requirements or reciprocal commitments. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that these individuals are not more deserving than New Hampshire residents who would love to receive similar grants, and that the best way to attract and retain talented youth is by adopting policies that make New Hampshire attractive for everybody, then would I now press the green button to support the majority recommendation of inexpedient to legislate? Thank you.
The motion before us is a majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1524. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, we're in the voting mode right now. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 194 voting yea, 149 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. I see we have another group of future leaders up in our gallery up here. Welcome to the New Hampshire House. Also be in order, the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 1349 FN, enacted criminalizing the possession and use of psilocybin mushrooms. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Casey Conley for the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a motion to table HB 1349.
The motion to table is proper. Who requested a roll call? Representative Yokella requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The House will be in order. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1349. Chair recognizes Representative Abbas for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that psilocybin mushrooms are a fungus that grow in moist and nutrient-rich areas, if I know that everyone in this room knows what that means, and lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I know that after this fungus grows in that nutrient-rich area, people then eat those mushrooms in order to hallucinate, would I go ahead and push the green button and support that motion to table? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Verville for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that psilocybin mushrooms are a non-addictive, non-toxic compound still in common use amongst our population, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that the vast majority of the voters in New Hampshire would like to see common sense reform on non-toxic drugs that show excellent use for treating PSTDs and other psychological effects. And I might have misspoken. I apologize if I do. And Mr. Speaker, lastly, if I know that we should not be creating felons out of otherwise productive members of society for mere possession of a fungus that can be grown in New Hampshire as well as every one of the other 50 states. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that the state police showed up and couldn't tell us the last time there was any substantial arrest for psilocybin mushrooms, would I now press the red button so we can have a substantive debate on this topic for criminal reform? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The House will be in order. The motion before us is the tabling motion on House Bill 1349. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 210 voting yea, 132 voting nay. The tabling motion on House Bill 1349 is adopted. Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1646, Act relative to representation on a cooperative school district board. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, and recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Melissa Litchfield for the committee. What reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a motion.
State your motion.
To table this bill.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1646. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. motion before us is to table House Bill 1646. Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill requires that every district have at least one locally elected board member on the cooperative school board. If I also know a number of questions and concerns have been raised regarding the status of currently elected at-large board members and missing details associated with the transition and implementation process of this bill. And lastly, if I understand, New Hampshire has 32 cooperative school districts structured in accordance with 32 separate and very different articles of agreement governing those districts. Would I then support the tabling motion by pressing the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1646. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Fargo.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 297 voting yea, 49 voting nay. The motion to table House Bill 1646 is adopted. Committee on Election Law, which was referred, House Bill 1064 FN, Act requiring the use of hand-marked durable paper ballots in elections. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Wayne McDonald for the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to table HB 1064.
Representative Allegro has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote on the tabling motion. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is a tabling motion on House Bill 1064. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Griffin, Barbara Griffin, for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the subject matter of the legislation before this body at this time has in part been addressed by other legislation already passed, and further, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill came forward after much discussion and a unanimous recommendation as to how to proceed, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the tabling motion would effectuate a support of the committee recommendation, would I now press the green button to support the tabling motion?
The chair recognizes Representative Allegro for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. If I knew that the committee report had absolutely nothing to do with HB 1064, for example, if I knew that HB 1064 had nothing, nothing to do with hacking of our voting machines. Mr. Speaker, if I knew that HB 1064 has nothing to do with Windham, except that Windham is one of many mistakes that have been made over the past several years. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, if I knew that HB 1064 really had nothing to do with the 2020 election at all, but the elections over the past several years, would I then press the red button so that this bill can have a few minutes of hearing on the floor so that you'll understand why this bill was submitted? Thank you.
The motion before us is the tabling motion on House Bill 1064. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 270 voting yea, 75 voting nay. The tabling motion on House Bill 1064 is adopted. Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 1473FN, an act authorizing a forensic audit of the November 3rd, 2020 election results in Merrimack County for President, Governor, and the United States Senate races. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Wayne McDonald for the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to table HB 1473.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill. Representative Waller has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members will take your seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1473. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Barbara Griffin for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the acts desired by the underlying bill would be of substantial time and expense to the state with no outcome that would produce any change in operations or results of elections. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that the committee heard testimony in regards to the underlying issues which would have impacted one county to a great deal, while no sponsors of the purported legislation were willing to have their community bear the expense and tasks in the underlying bill. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the committee agreed that while the purposes of this bill in regards to elections is something to be looked at in the future, but it was not sufficient should I now press the green button to table this bill?
The chair recognizes Representative Moeller for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this legislative body is tasked with ensuring that our election process is properly vetted, secure, and trusted by our voters, and that the Secretary of State's report that documents unverifiable voters who cast ballots in the 2020 election using affidavits in lieu of proper residential or personal identification is nearly a year late in being released to the Attorney General's office for further investigation, and if I know that information was presented to the Election Law Committee that indicated that our state had a statewide statistically improbable voter turnout rate of 92% during the election, and that 2 canvass towns had a phantom voter rate of approximately 10 to 15%, and that there were a number of questionable votes cast from memory care elder facilities. And if I know that if we believe our election procedures to be secure, accurate, and reliable, then we should be eager to perform a limited audit so we can provide our citizens with verifiable data rather than just empty platitudes about our feelings regarding election integrity. And if I know the sponsors of this bill were happy to work with the members of the Election Law Committee and readily provided them with a smaller, more manageable a la carte list weeks ago at their request of towns and counties across New Hampshire.
Representative, this is a parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, sir. And if I know that I actually told a person on the Election Law Committee that if it has to be my town, it has to be my town because I care about election integrity. And finally, if I know that our voters deserve a proper up or down vote from each of us on a more appropriate motion, and that we are abdicating our responsibility by hiding behind a tabling motion, then would I now press the red button so another motion can be made? Thank you.
The motion before us is a tabling motion on House Bill 1473. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 251 voting yea, 94 voting nay. The motion to lay House Bill 1473 on the table is adopted. Members will stay in their seats. We've got one person speaking and then 2 parliamentary inquiries. And this is going to be a roll call vote once a request for a roll call vote by a division is now being requested. Committee on Legislative Administration, to which was referred, CACR 24, enact the Attorney General, providing that the Attorney General be elected by a majority vote of the members of the General Court in a joint session. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Janet Wall for the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Silber to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. The citizens of our state have enabled the 424 members of the General Court to elect the Secretary of State on a regular basis. And the nonpartisan nature of those elections has been shown for many, many years where a well-known Democrat has been elected by those 424 members as Secretary of State. So this is really a nonpartisan issue. At the present time, the Attorney General, contrasted with the 424 people who vote on the Secretary of State, the Attorney General is voted into office by 4 people: the head of the legislative branch and at least 3 members of the Executive Council. If the process for the selection of the Secretary of State is good enough for the General Court to do it, should it not be good enough for our Attorney General, the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of our state? The General Court needs to reassert its long-neglected primacy as set forth in the state constitution. We are a co-equal branch. There's separation of powers, but the legislative branch really should have primacy, and it's been neglected for many, many years. It's time to change that. We need this constitutional amendment. We need to take control of who our Attorney General is going to be. I urge you to press the red button so that another motion can be made. Thank you.
The motion before us is the committee report of inexpedient to legislate on CACR 24. This is going to be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on CACR 24. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Silber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that CACR 24 would provide for the election of the Attorney General by the General Court, 424 members selected by the voters of our state. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that at the present time the Attorney General is only selected by 4 people, would I now press the red button to ITL, or to rather to ITL this motion so that another motion can be made? Thank you. Overturn the ITL motion. Sorry.
Chair recognizes Representative Roulard for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that since 1991, this bill has been submitted 19 times and it has failed. And if I know there's only one state in the nation that has the Attorney General selected by the legislator, and that legislative body, and that is Maine. And if I know that the election of the Attorney General by the General Court could increase political pressure for opinions from that body, as he or she may feel unduly indebted to various state representatives and senators, would I now press the green button and support the bipartisan, unanimous vote of legislative administration? Vote green. Thank you.
The motion before us is the ITL motion on CACR 24. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Petrie. Thank you.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 253 voting yea, 87 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Everybody don't go too far. We got one speaker, and then we have a request for a roll call. Committee on Legislative Administration, to which was referred, CACR 25, enact legislative term limits, providing that no person shall serve more than 15 terms in either the House of Representatives or the Senate. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Claire Roulard for the committee. Chair recognizes Representative LaBranche to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the ITL motion on CACR 25. This CACR simply creates a 15-term term limit on each body of the General Court. 15 terms means 30 years. 30 years, that is a long, long time. After 30 years of serving in this House, you would not be able to run for a House seat again, but you could run for state Senate and serve another 30 years if you so choose. This CACR allows for that. Now, I thank all the members here today who have taken the time out of their lives to serve their communities and this state. By passing the CACR, we give the people of the state an opportunity to say yes or no on the idea of term limits. We should let the people determine what they want. It is not up to decide this issue, but for them, because this is their government. Thank you.
Representative Abramson has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. A division, this will be a division vote. Members, take their seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is the motion of inexpedient to legislate on CACR 25. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Abramson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that 85% of Americans now support term limits, including 89% of independent voters, and every single comment on Citizens Count online. If I know that entrenched career politicians in D.C. and in Concord make up the leadership of both parties, blocking tax simplification and criminal justice reforms supported by 90% of Granite Staters. If I know that some senior members here can't even pull off a PI and no amount of experience is going to help.
Representative, that was out of line.
Probably was. I'll be apologizing later. I said I'll be apologizing later. It was meant to. I'll get it later.
Representative, either give a proper PI or finish.
Mr. Speaker, it was intended to be a joke. I thought that it would be.
PIs are not a joke.
All right. Well, I'll be back up later. Mr. Speaker, if I know that someone can't get something done in 30 years in Concord, it's time to throw in the towel and bring in some new membership. Would I now press the red button so we can pass term limits?
Chair recognizes Representative Hill for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know the committee unanimously voted to deny ageism, as we are not ready to lose the institutional knowledge of our most valued, long-standing representatives, and in the process deprive the people of this state their choice and representation, would I now press the green button and support the unanimous committee recommendation? Thank you.
The motion before us is the ITL motion on CACR 25. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 301 voting yea, 40 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Legislative Administration, to which was referred CACR 26, an act relating to the House of Representatives, providing that 100 of the representatives are elected using party list proportional representation. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Christina Schultz for the committee. Chair recognizes Representative LaBranche to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I rise today against the committee recommendation of ITL on CACR 26, providing that 100 of the representatives are elected using party list proportional representation. Let me first start by explaining what party list proportional representation is. Party list proportional representation is an electoral system that accurately and proportionately represents the partisan will of the people. That is, if a party receives 25% of the vote, then they shall receive 25% of the seats in the legislature. This is done by allocating seats based on a predetermined list of candidates chosen by the voters, such as in a primary election. Take Germany, for example. In Germany, you vote for your local representative, but you also vote on a separate section of the ballot for which party you agree with most. Those results are taken and the seats allocated accordingly. This leads to more parties being represented in their legislature. This makes it significantly harder for parties to win outright majorities and leads to the need for parties to build coalitions to govern. This obviously leads to more cross-party cooperation and less division in government. This is the reason why maybe party list proportional representation is the solution to increasing partisanship and division in New Hampshire. That is why I ask that you join me in voting against the ITL motion and press the red button so that we can have a legislature that accurately represents the people of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Motion before.
And I request a division vote, sorry.
The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on CACR 26. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Members will be in their seats. The motion before us is the motion of inexpedient to legislate on CACR 26. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative LaBranch for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the United States and the state of New Hampshire are facing increasing levels of negative partisanship and political division, and if I know that the CACR simply makes it a requirement that 100 out of the 400 representatives shall be elected through party list proportional, and that the CACR is intentionally vague so that subsequent legislation could decide what type of party list proportional would be used. And if I know that these lists would be chosen by the voters in primary elections, and representatives would be elected similarly to floterial districts. And finally, if I know that over 37% of registered voters do not fit into either major party, would I now press the red button and give the people of New Hampshire greater choice in their elections? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hill for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know the committee unanimously voted to deny the suggestion that 1/4 of the House of Representatives should be chosen not by our neighbors and friends, but by party leaders from their list of acceptable candidates, and if I know this scheme just seemed to be too complicated and yet incomplete to spring on the general public, and so, Mr. Speaker, would I support the committee report and press the green button to ITL this legislation?
The motion before us is the ITL motion on CACR 26. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 320 voting yea, 8 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Members, stay in your seats. We've got one speaker, and a division vote has been requested. The Committee on Legislative Administration, to which was referred CACR 27, enact elected and appointed officials, providing that all state judges, court judges, shall be subject to recall, removal by petition, and vote of registered voters, pursuant to provisions established by the legislature. Being considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Claire Roulard for the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Silber to speak against the committee report.
Let's try this again. Judges are appointed by 4 people: the governor and 3 members of the executive council. Once appointed, unlike the Attorney General, who has a limited term, judges' terms are limited only by age. They serve until age 70, or they just resign or pass away in office. The only way a judge can be removed is by impeachment. And in the history of our state, the entire history of our state, there have been 2 impeachment actions, one of which in the 1700s, which was dropped, the second one in 2020, in which the judge was impeached by the House and acquitted by the Senate. Many of us presumably have heard from constituents over the past year or two, perhaps longer, about complaints about how they have been treated in the courts, especially in the family courts. So, while most of our judges are very wise and thoughtful public servants, because we've heard from many complaints from constituents, we really need to have some mechanism to remove a judge where there is a groundswell of opposition to their continuing in office. Separation of powers and the checks and balances in our system are among the greatest strengths of our system, and the three branches of governments should serve as a check on each other. Once again, I urge the General Court needs to reassert its intended primacy and eliminate the effective, almost virtually unlimited control of the judiciary by the executive branch of our state by pressing the red button to kill the ITL motion so another motion can be brought forward. And I ask for a roll call vote.
Representative Silvers had requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the inexpedient to legislate on CACR 27. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Silber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that many of our citizens would like to have an opportunity to mount a recall provision, and if the Constitution permitted it under procedures to be dictated by the legislature and subsequent legislation, if I know that 19 states and the District of Columbia have recall provisions, including states like California, where justices of their Supreme Court have actually been recalled by citizen petition recalls. Would I now press the red button so that another motion can be brought forward? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Rollard for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that technically the CACR is a bit flawed as it references Article 96 to be amended and actually amends Article 73. And if I also know that there is no process in this CACR, it says it is, quote, to be determined, end quote, on how the judges shall be removed. And by the way, by some future legislature. And if I know that many states that elect officials and elect judges allow for recall of elected officials, but do not allow recall of judges. In the state, if I know that in the state of New Hampshire we do appoint our judges, so I'm not certain how recall would occur. And finally, if I know that this CACR puts elected judges in a position of an unpopular or unpolitical decision of a potential recall, would I vote with the majority unanimous vote of legislative administration and vote green? Thank you.
The motion before us is the inexpedient to legislate motion on CACR 27. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. The voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Will all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will tend to state of the vote. 254 voting yea, 85 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 1155, an act relative to persons elected to a local board serving on another board. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Senator Richard Tripp for the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Teresian to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak against the interim study motion for House Bill 1155, which is relative to persons elected to local boards serving on another board. Under current law, any ex officio member appointed by a town's governing board to a budget committee or planning board, or an ex officio appointed by a school board to a school budget committee, becomes a full voting member of the other board without actually being elected to that board, essentially giving a governing board a kind of supermajority. Why is this a problem? Because under current law, you cannot run for local office for two competing boards. For example, let's say Joe Moneybags wants to run for both his town's Board of Selectmen and town budget committee. He's not allowed to do that because there's a conflict of interest to serve on both those boards. But instead, Joe Moneybags runs for just selectmen. He wins his election and then gets appointed as an ex officio to the budget committee. Now he can serve as a full voting member of both boards. This is inconsistent and a loophole because the conflict of interest is still there. And he also gets to vote twice on a town's budget, once with the Board of Selectmen and again with the budget committee, in effect getting a second bite at the apple. Mr. Speaker, this is like the New Hampshire House getting a vote on the same bill here in the House and again with the other body behind us. Or even worse, members of the other body getting a second vote with us. Last week we heard debate on House Bill 1455 relative to state enforcement of federal vaccine mandates. We heard the importance of the 10th Amendment with the concept of balance of power between the federal government and states. We passed this bill because it was the right thing to do, and I believe the Senate has already passed it as well. So the same concept applies here. What this legislation will simply do if we pass it would be to change the ex officio position to a non-voting position. That's it. The ex officio will still serve as their role as a liaison between the governing board and other board that they are appointed to, but the balance of power will be leveled, improving the accountability of government to the people. The intent of Senate Bill 2 when it was passed was to allow towns with municipal budget committees to have an equal say in the city or town budget process. Members of the budget committees are elected by the people to protect their interests as taxpayers and to act as a check on the governing body of the municipality and schools. Another problem under the current system, the ex officio member often misses several meetings in the associated debate, research, and background data used by the rest of the committee as a basis for determining the best vote on line items and total budget decisions. But then comes to public hearing to vote for the full budget, the way the governing body suggests, without being completely informed on these details. Mr. Speaker, for these reasons, passing House Bill 1155 would restore the checks and balances, eliminate the current conflict, but it would still retain the ex officio members to the committees assigned, retaining the expertise, communication between the bodies. This would be no different than the full House committee and subcommittees we have here in the House, hearing testimony from many expert witnesses that contribute their vast knowledge and wisdom that help us make informed decisions without them actually getting a vote. In summary, this is common sense legislation that provides a fair balance, upholds one person, one vote concept, and gives local residents more accountable government. So please join me and press the red button so that another motion can be made and help poor old Joe. He's already overworked. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a division vote.
A division vote has been requested. We're on the final speaker. Members will return to your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Van for speak for the committee report.
I am urging you to support the interim study because there is plenty of statute out there which concerns membership on various boards. Also, the proposed solution makes assumptions about who's elected where and how the overlap works, which are not universal. Every town does this differently. We think that while this may have some merit, and maybe we should think about whether all of the overlaps that are currently happening are in the best interests of the citizens, that we did not have enough information to know whether this bill was going to do that or not. So I would ask that you support the interim study, and maybe next year we'll be back with a better bill. Thank you.
The motion before us is the committee report of interim study on House Bill 1155. This is going to be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the interim study report on HB 1155. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Chu for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that House Bill 1155 simply states that an elected member of a local board or council who is appointed to another local board shall be appointed as a non-voting ex officio member. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that one person, one vote is the New Hampshire way. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that even Adam and Eve only got one bite of the apple, would I then press the shiny apple red button so that another motion can be brought forward? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Manglieri for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I believe that the Policy Committee report 17-1 believes that with additional study, we might be able to reconcile some of the problems with this bill. And Mr. Speaker, if I believe that there are at least 3 RSAs that need to be addressed and 6 subsections of those RSAs that need to be addressed before this bill could be ready for prime time, then Mr. Speaker, would I please support the Policy Committee recommendation of interim study and press the green button. Thank you.
Motion before us is the interim study report on House Bill 1155. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 255 voting yea, 83 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
There's no debate on this one, Mr. Speaker. We're on to part 3 of the regular calendar. There's no debate. We do need to read that.
We're on to Part 3. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1235 FN, an act relative to compensation paid to a crime victim. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Maureen Mooney for the committee. The amendment is 1170H, printed in House Record 12, page 22. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question before us is the ought to pass with amendment motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Representative Bean declared a conflict of interest and did not participate in the vote. Once we get through this one, we'll be taking our lunch break. Majority Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1417 FN local, an act relative to payment by the state of a portion of the retirement system contributions of political subdivision employees. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Gerald Griffin from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, will report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Peter Leishman from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative O'Brien to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I arise today to bring forward again a true bill, a bill that will affect the taxpayers and political subdivisions of our state. Now, why do I say this is a truly taxpayers' bill? Let's walk with me a little bit of the history, because you have to do this to completely understand, but I will be brief. But in 1967, when they came up with the NHRS, the New Hampshire Retirement System, the state promised in perpetuality to pay 35% to the combined systems. You got to remember at that time there were 4 completely separate groups, and they combined it into 2, Group 1 and Group 2. 35%. Originally it was 40%, but was dropped down to 35%. That continued until 2010. At 2010, there was a great rollback supported by this House that brought it down eventually from 35% to 0. Now, where did that contributions go? It didn't vaporize. You know what you did? You rolled it right back to each municipality and political subdivision in this state. In a way, you created a tax. And that is paid by each municipality. Now, this bill definitely affects each city and town in this particular state. If you have one teacher, one firefighter, or one police officer that belongs to the New Hampshire retirement system, you are paying that 35% into the NHRS. And that's coming out of your municipal budget, and thus starving your municipality, your city and town, of what they could normally do with that budget. Now, from what I understand, there's money within this state, and maybe it's time to look at it. Now, I went to the finance hearing and I heard many of the architects that started this process in 2010. But let me give you, from what I have learned, and let me give you the usual caveats. Yes, I am a member of the New Hampshire Retirement System, member of the National Fire Department for 35 years and retired. I am also a member of the City of Nashua Board of Aldermen, and I serve currently as vice president of that board, and I am also on the Budget Committee. So I have a fair idea of what I'm talking about, but not only an expert, but a fair idea. What has happened now by the state reneging on that original 1967 idea has cost, let's say, in the example of Nashua, an additional $2 million. Now, again, I hear that the state is, I want to say rolling in the dough, but there is money to look at this. And there is money to come back and to bring up their original obligations. And that original obligations was paying 35%. Now, we're not asking for the full 35%. We're asking for 7.5%. I feel that's a compromise. That's a fair and equitable way to look at this particular issue. Now, as far as your cities and towns, many of you belong to, or if you serve as I do, besides being a state rep, you serve on your local town boards. This has the backing of the New Hampshire Municipal Associations. You may have received emails from your school boards. You may have received mail from some of your city fathers that are trying to tell you to support this particular bill. This bill came out of finance very close with 11 to 10. I don't find that as any mandate. As a matter of fact, my personal recommendation is to bring this and to vote positively so we can go to the next level over to the people that exist behind the wall. But you got to understand what I heard in the Finance Committee is something counterintuitive. I heard from the architects that brought this cutback in 2010. And I've always lived by the political rule of when you realize you're digging a hole, the first thing to do to survive your political career is to stop digging. And I'm asking you to stop digging. Your cities and towns have had 11 years of making up the 35% gap. We're only asking to relieve that stress to 7.5%. Now, you may not agree with the combined defined benefit package. That's not the issue here. This has to do with what your taxpayers are paying. The other thing is that I want to bring up, I will give you the example in the city of Nashua. This will benefit the taxpayers in Nashua $2 million. Manchester, very similar. And to your own cities and town, the city of Lebanon, $400,000. The town of Litchfield, $12,000, almost $13,000. Holderness, approximately around $13,000. This has an impact. So therefore, I urge you to support this and to vote to override the ITL that came from the Finance Committee and stop digging this hole. Help out your cities and towns. That's our responsibility. They look to this chamber for help. So please support me in overriding this and vote to override the ITL, which was in that committee, again, only 11 to 10 decision. They need our push to help them along, so please support me in this. I thank you.
Does the member yield to questions?
Yes, I do.
Senator Baldessaro, you may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I was here in 2010, and when we voted, and my question to you is actually a two-part. Didn't we make the employees pay $2 more into their retirement so we didn't downshift? And does somebody from the state sit at every city and town's bargaining as they raise their pay every year? I mean, does the state ever say in that?
I thank the representative for the question. In 2010, when this was rolled back, there also were other things. There was questions on the ULL, which was the unfunded liability. Well, we could forget that. The ULL is not attached to this. This unfunded liability, as a member of the pension system, and I think I speak for everybody that is an active participant in the New Hampshire retirement system, we want, as you want, a healthy retirement system. So therefore, we support all the efforts of of funding the ULL, which is the promise by the year 2039, the ULL will meet its capacity and money will be rolled back to the state. Maybe at that time might be the better time to negotiate what is the fair contribution from the municipal city and towns. But that's in 2039, many years away. What also you did is raise the employees' compensation rate, such as you went from 9 3/4% as a police officer or a firefighter to 11.88. So that means when you got your paycheck and you went home to the wife and you gave her the cash after you cashed the check and went out and say, honey, go buy the bread, you were 2.13% in arrears just by that act that was created in 2010. So to make up that difference, what do you think the unions would do?
Representative?
Yes.
I think you've answered the question.
Well, I thank the chair. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative. Does a member yield to another question?
It is almost lunchtime, but I'm on a roll.
The member yields.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you taking my question, and I hope we'll all have something on a roll soon. I appreciate that back in 1967, there was the agreement made to pay 35%. That actually was before my time. I was born 12 years after that. I'm curious if you know how many private sector employees had pension plans at that time when they when they went along with this agreement to pay 35%. Thank you.
That's a very good question. You kind of missed the 80s. And what happened in the 80s, a lot of people did not really work like they did at one time, like in Nashua at the card shop or work in the mills, where your grandfather or great-grandfather probably received a defined benefit plan. But people wanted something to travel in their briefcase as they got the headhunter and went and traveled to get different type of jobs. So I would have to say, and I'm quoting the New York Times, the author that came up with the 401k regrets, you could take my word on this, but he regrets inventing the 401k. It wasn't the best pension plan for everybody. Now, what's the benefit of a defined benefit plan? The employees put the money away, the employers put the money away, it goes into a fund, and they can predetermine and you receive their cash. It's better than your 401k or anything like it, because you may skip a payment. You may decide to purchase the vote. That's up to you. But it's solid when you have a defined benefit program. And that's, if your question is, what is the difference? That is the difference. And unfortunately, the only thing left, the vestige of a defined benefit program, is mostly within the public service sector.
The chair recognizes Representative Gerald Griffin to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose HB 1417. HB 1417 would have the state pay 7.5% of the retirement system contributions for the political subdivisions for Group 1s and Group 2 employees. The bill came out of its policy committee, executive departments and administration, with an ITL recommendation. The full House initially voted ITL. It was reconsidered late in the day after many members had left, and it passed by the slimmest of margins. The Finance Committee opposes the bill on multiple grounds. The bill would change the state policy, and the Policy Committee had rejected that change. The cost of the bill is a function of the number of employees of the state's political subdivisions, and the state has no control over that number. In addition, this bill would encourage hiring at the local level, and I think we all know more hiring at the local level results in higher property taxes. The bill's current estimated cost is roughly $28 million in both fiscal 2024 and fiscal 2025. That is after our terms of office are off. The state may not have the money at this time. Most importantly, with the effective date of July 31, 2023, passage of the bill will encumber a future legislator's budget. And that is never good policy, and that is something we should never do. I ask that you join with us and ITL this motion.
The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1417. Are you ready for the question? Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1417. Chair recognizes Representative Leishman for a parliamentary inquiry.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I believe the rep from Nashua that spoke in favor of overturning the ITL on 1417 got it all right. And Mr. Speaker, I know that yesterday, state revenues exceeded plan by $230 million, and the rainy day fund presently has $257 million in it. And finally, Mr. Speaker, knowing the state's financial situation, wouldn't I support providing a modest 7.5% contribution, which works out to $28 million to our municipal family, and vote red against the ITL motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Weiler for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the state has not made contributions to local employers' retirement shares since 2012 due to the unpredictability of the cost, and if I further know that the $28 million in the bill wouldn't go very far among 1.3 million people, if that makes it about $20 per person, and with about 2.5 people per home, that might bring it up to $50. However, 33% of the property taxes are paid by businesses and 18% by second homes. So you cut it in half again, about $25 per person, which I know would quickly evaporate in the year-over-year tax increases from every town. Please press the green button and do away with this false promise. Thank you.
The motion before us is a Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1417. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 163 voting yea, 182 voting nay. The motion for inexpedient to legislate fails. Representative Leishman moves ought to pass.
Mr. Speaker, I rise.
It's already made. Representative Leishman moved ought to pass.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are you ready for the question? I was waiting for that. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. The motion before us now is ought to pass on House Bill 1417. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Weiler for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this 7.5% will do nothing to help the unionized employees that are participating, it gives them nothing. And if I further know that the small difference it makes in the towns will not do anything to affect the property taxes, would I now vote red on this proposal?
Chair recognizes Representative O'Brien for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you know that this bill could be called the taxpayers' bill of 2022 by alleviating the burden that was vacated of the 35 cent down to zero to our municipalities and our political subdivisions. And if I know that with COVID and other things that went on this past years, that our municipalities are cash-starved and could use a break on other important things such as education and other issues facing municipalities, then would I not support press the green button of ought to pass? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 1417. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend the state of the vote. 186. House will be in order. 186 voting yea, 159 voting nay. Minority Committee report of order pass is adopted. For what reason does the member rise?
I'd like to have a move on reconsideration, having voted on the prevailing side.
The motion before us is reconsideration on House Bill 1417.
And I ask that you vote no on reconsideration.
Oh, can I get a division?
And a division has been requested. The motion before us is reconsideration on House Bill 1417. This is a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is reconsideration. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. This is a division vote. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. (164 voting yea, 182 voting nay). Reconsideration fails. We're got a couple of announcements and a unanimous consent, so just stay in your seats for a minute. Chair recognizes Representative Goley for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the Legislative Sportsmen's Caucus are invited to lunch next door at the Upper Marker House, and anyone else interested in learning more about the caucus, come on over. We'll have representatives from Fish and Game Department there, as well as a director as our guests. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the clerk for announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are Binax Now tests ready for pickup in your ante-room mailboxes and are recommended for use prior to our next House session, most likely in April. We realize that many of you have an ample supply of test kits at home. However, feel free to take them. Any unneeded test kits can be deposited in the marked bin with signs on it that is in the ante-room next to the trash bin. Please do not put them in the trash bin, but the smaller bin next to it. And the test kits that are not picked up on session day today will be mailed to you.
Chair recognizes Representative Abramson for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise for unanimous consent for an apology. A few minutes ago, I made a remark that was meant to be an inside joke regarding member of this House who's been here a long time and has some difficulty with parliamentary matters. That was meant to be an inside, I don't know. I was up until 4 in the morning working on floor amendments and speeches and things, and so I'm kind of going on 3 hours of sleep. But I should have spent more time looking at the PI. I only spent a few minutes on it, and I should have given more time and thought to making sure that the wording was correct. So, but I apologize to that member. I think he knows who he is. And I apologize to the members of the House for wasting your time with a point that probably wasn't related to the bill itself.
Okay, it's 20 past. We will reconvene at 1:30. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1462 FN, an act relative to motorcycle learners' permits. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Lynn Turcott for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1526 FN, an act relative to income eligibility for in and out medical assistance. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Jess Edwards for the committee. The amendment is 1181H, printed in House Record 12, page 23. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is the ought to pass with amendment on 1526 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted.
So we have a debate on the amendment, not on the That's just to read afterwards. That's all.
Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1535 FN. House will come to order. An act relative to cost of living adjustments for retirees in the state retirement system. If it can consider the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative William Hatch for the committee. The amendment is 1151H, printed in House Record 12, pages 23 through 24. The debate is going to be on the amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Adjourn to speak against the committee amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to oppose the committee amendment on HB 1535 because, put simply, I like the underlying bill. New Hampshire's hurting right now. With high gas prices brought on by supply issues, oil companies, and a devastating European war, the burden is being borne by lower income and retired Granite Staters, just like it was in 2008. Our seniors need help. These people did not get their pensions for nothing, but rather they contributed decades of their lives to our state, our communities, and our municipalities. They have given so much, and now they sit in their homes, cutting medications because they can't afford to re-up prescriptions, visiting friends less because they can't afford the gas, eating less healthfully because the nutritious food they need costs more at their age. They are the biggest recipients of the pressures of inflation. Wisely, a bill was introduced to this House which provided for a cost of living adjustment for these folks. And I want to thank those who worked on it. I liked their plan so much that I voted for the 1.5% cost of living adjustment the first time that it came through this House and passed on a voice vote. I would like to do it again. There was a concern in the Finance Committee about the cost of the bill. And it's true. $79 million is a heck of a bite. It's an argument that would resonate with me had this body not voted 2 weeks ago to cut the business profits tax. Or if the Ways and Means Committee on the other side of the wall wasn't being encouraged to cut business taxes by nearly $70 million, i.e. the cost of the underlying bill. Or had the business profits tax cuts not been included in the 2021 state budget, or the triggers in the 2019 state budget, or the 2017 state budget. For the last 5 years, the state has cut hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes for the best performing, biggest, often out-of-state businesses who, especially during the pandemic, made massive profits as a result of the upward redistribution of wealth we saw, where these companies were the only games in town as small businesses were shattered. They didn't need more help, yet the legislature saw fit to write checks in the forms of tax breaks to them. Funding this cost of living adjustment would be a fraction of the money that we have thrown out in the form of corporate tax breaks. And even despite that, revenues show we have the money to pay for the 1.5% unless we continue to give it away. I firmly dismiss the idea that we can't afford to support seniors as we keep shoveling out money in the form of corporate tax cuts. The amendment only offers a one-time payment, but is insufficient in the face of year-over-year inflation. A 2021 poll published by Newsweek showed that 80% of Americans were bothered that the wealthy and well-off corporations don't seem to pay their fair share in taxes. I believe that's consistent in New Hampshire. The desire to see the wealthy pay their fair share comes from the desire to fund necessary things like supporting our seniors. I believe that because I've seen communities rally together to spend money on things that they valued, like my own Newfound Area School District, who in 2021, when faced with slashing school sports and programs that students and parents alike valued as a result of the FDA school lunch calculation, organized and made the appropriations to support those students and those programs. And I am making the same value judgment in support of our retirees. And as such, I'd ask the House for an opportunity to vote on the underlying bill without the committee amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hatch to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, honorable members. And first, let me say that I don't at all disagree with the previous speaker, but we are in the reality of this world. House Bill 1535 establishes a cost of living adjustment of 1.5% for anyone for the first $30,000 of the benefit for those who have retired at least 60 months prior to July 1st, 2022. The committee received a lot of testimony about the hardships many retirees are having in the current economy. But because of the I believe it's $72.2 million cost, the committee found it not practical to pass in a non-budget year, and that was a lot of the objections. There's resistance to open the budget. So what the committee voted to do, in lieu of the fact that it's a budget year, amended the bill to give retirees with less than $30,000 of benefit a one-time $500 payment to help them with the current conditions. The thought was that, maybe they can fill their fuel tank or take care of some other necessities that they're having hardships with. So with that, I ask you to please pass this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question before us is Amendment 1151H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. A division has been requested. Members will take their seats that are in the chamber. We're already in the voting mode for a division. This will be a division. Members take their seats. This will be a division vote to clarify the voice vote. Nope, can't come in. This will be a division vote for clarification. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Andrews. Representative Anderson. Representative Peterson. Representative Bergeron. Representative Langley and Representative Snow. Thank you.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 218 voting yea, 100 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Representative Paul Bergeron, Michael Moffett, Louise Andrus, Wayne McDonald, and Ned Gordon and Joe Shapiro did not vote, did not participate in the vote, declared a conflict of interest. Majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1552 FN, an act establishing a board for the certification of assessors. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Peter Leishman for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Maureen Mooney for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Mooney to speak against the committee report. Oh. For what reason does a member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
To table.
Okay. That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1552. A division has, a roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. House will be in order. Members will be in their seats. The motion before us is a tabling motion on House Bill 1552. Chair recognizes Representative Leishman for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the members of the Finance Committee had questions but didn't get all the answers they were looking for, And Mr. Speaker, if I know since the ITL motion, more questions have arisen without answers. And Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill creates a new fee and fines that I believe should have gone to the Ways and Means Committee for vetting. And finally, Mr. Speaker, since a bipartisan majority doesn't believe this bill is ready for passage, wouldn't I vote to table House Bill 1552 and press the green button? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the policy of creating this new board passed the ED&A committee unanimously and passed the House on a very strong voice vote because it was on consent, and if I know that the Assessing Standards Board, which is the technical advisory for the assessing profession, strongly supports this bill, and if I know that the fees that will be charged simply cover the cost, as with all other professions, rather than being buried into the DRA budget, and if I know that this bill creates much greater transparency in the operation of the assessors, would I not press the red button so we can proceed to the bill?
The motion before us is a tabling motion on House Bill 1552. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Vale.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 124 voting yea, 221 voting nay. The motion to table fails. We're now back to the majority motion of inexpedient to legislate. Chair recognizes Representative Mooney to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and colleagues of the New Hampshire House. I rise in support of the minority of the Finance Committee for ought to pass on House Bill 1552. By means of some background, this bill was unanimously requested by the Assessing Standards Board. It came out of the Executive Department and Administration Committee unanimously again, and through this full House on a voice vote on the consent calendar. As it stands now, the Assessing Standards Board exists under the Department of Revenue, also known as the DRA. Under that department, it has no fees currently for certification, nor is there government transparency if an assessor obtains or loses a certification. Under the DRA, such transparency is not there, and this was a primary reason for the introduction of the bill. This bill establishes the Board of Certification of Assessors within the Office of Professional Licensing and Certification, that known as OPLC. The OPLC currently oversees over 50 boards. Under the OPLC, the Board of Certification of Assessors would be self-funded by fees, just like other boards now under the OPLC. For example, home inspectors, land surveyors, real estate appraisers, and real estate brokers. And transparency of certification and decertification, both, would be required, again, as with other boards under the OPLC now. Bottom line is that the Board of Certification of Assessors should not be treated differently from other certification boards. 2 additional points. First, when it comes to fees, they will be nominal with no impact on the taxpayer. And with regard to appeals, under the DRA, an appeal process is currently described as difficult, costly, and without due process. Establishing the board within the OPLC will allow for a disciplinary process that includes hearings, an appeals process, and transparency for decertification. In conclusion, I would ask that you support this bill to establish the Board of Certification of Assessors where it belongs, that is, under the OPLC, by voting red on the ITL motion so another motion can be made. Thank you for your attention. And Mr. Speaker, while I'm here, I would request a division vote at the proper time. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Leishman to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let me put some of the facts out there what the Finance Committee majority looked at and had concerns with this bill. First of all, there's no disagreement with what the Speaker just said about transparency. The fact of the matter is there's a Senate Bill 53, that addresses the issue of transparency. That is headed for the ED&A committee in the next week or two. The Department of Revenue Administration took no position on this bill, but they did reach out to me after I sent an email, after I received several emails from people questioning the motives of the members of the Finance Committee that supported ITL. And I'd just like to read briefly a part of a quote, and I think probably all of you have received this email. And it disturbed me because my colleagues on the Finance Committee, like all of us here, do our jobs and do it thoroughly. So one of the assessors that wrote to us, again, after we held the work session, and may I add that nobody attended our work session that was an assessor. There was one individual there, the director of the licensure board, and a representative from the DRA that took no position. But after we voted, and after I wrote the majority report for the committee, this is what was being said about our actions. I find out that there had to be some kind of backdoor politicking because now it is recommending ITL. There was no backdoor politicking. Senate Bill 53 would take care of the transparency issue without any fees or fines. And that, Mr. Speaker, concludes my remarks. Thank you.
The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate. This is going to be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1552. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Emmerich for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the assessors would prefer to be treated like a professional organization and not a subset of the DRA, and if I also know that currently the general fund pays all of their fees for certification, unlike any other professional organization, would I now push the red button so another motion could be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Leachman for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I believe the bipartisan group of finance got this right, wouldn't I press green and support the bipartisan vote of the Finance Committee on 1552? Thank you.
Motion before us, a majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1552. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Levin. Thank you. Representative Langley.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 88 voting yea, 258 voting nay. The majority committee report fails. Representative Mooney moves minority report of ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The House will be in order. The ayes have it, and the minority report of ought to pass. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1587 FNA, Act relative to determination of average final compensation under the retirement system and making an appropriation therefore. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Gerald Griffin for the committee. Amendment is 1169H, printed in House Record 12, pages 26 through 27. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor. Representative Deshay requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. The question before us is the ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and committee report is adopted. Representative Andrus declared a conflict of interest and did not participate in the vote. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1604 FN, an act including state medical facilities and a statute providing medical freedom and immunizations. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Jess Edwards for the committee. The amendment is 1160H, printed in House Record 12, pages 35 and 36. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is the ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and committee report is adopted. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1609FN, Act relative to the scope of Fetal Protection Act. Having considered the same, report the same, the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Jess Edwards for the committee. The amendment is 1209H, printed in House Record 12, page 36. The debate will now be on the amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Wolper to speak against the committee report, against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment, primarily because if I speak directly into it, okay, we'll speak directly into it. This amendment adds one thing to the Fetal Life Protection Act. Fetal anomalies, fetal abnormalities incompatible with life. So I think it's important that we think about where we are when this comes into play. We have a family. We have a mother, a baby, likely other family members. The baby's 6 months old. The family's apprised of the fact that there's an abnormality in the baby. They're concerned. It takes time to find out what's going on. It's not unlikely that they'll be well past the 24 weeks when an actual decision can be made. So the question is, how do we make the decision? What are we actually deciding? And what we're deciding is it okay to intentionally kill that baby? To intentionally kill it. There's no problem if the baby dies during kinds of treatment. For example, one of the things most commonly recently referred to in this context is twin-to-twin transfusion syndrome. First of all, that's not a fetal anomaly. Neither of the fetuses has any anomaly. It's a problem with the pregnancy. So this amendment wouldn't even deal with it. But just in case it did, think about this. We use that expression, fetal anomalies incompatible with life, and it's mostly a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's a diagnosis, and the diagnosis is often wrong. We heard lots of testimony as this year, as we have in past years, of children diagnosed with fetal anomalies incompatible with life. But they don't die. They are born very normal. Some with some disabilities, many without. And they live. They live for years or decades. But yet, the fetal anomaly incompatible with life would say that's not possible. Yet we know it is. That's because the baby's not a diagnosis. The baby's a living human being. So if that being the case, why would anyone want to make that diagnosis? Who makes that diagnosis anyway? Is it the mother? Father? No, usually it's a medical professional or a group of them. Why would they make such a decision? Why would they give that diagnosis? What does that diagnosis again really mean? When you say fetal anomaly incompatible with life, do you mean that the baby is going to die? Well, we're all going to die, so I don't think that's it. Do you mean it's going to first of all, the baby's alive, so it's not totally incompatible with life. Does it mean that the baby's not going to survive after birth? Well, it could mean that. But what does that mean? Does it mean the baby won't survive for 5 minutes? 5 hours? 5 years? What does that mean? I don't think we know. So I went looking for it as preparation for this, and you know what? There is no definition out there. There's no medical definition of what this means because it's not definable. So what happens now? Now we open the door to when I want to say when medical professionals, and I don't want to denigrate the medical profession, but there are varying degrees of what I want to call it, ethics within that profession, and there's a lot of pressures that are on them. Pressures from people like insurance companies that don't want to pay for the length of the pregnancy or potential complications that might arise later on. From people who think that various conditions aren't worth living with, like, for example, Down syndrome. And we see in the world, in countries like Denmark and Iceland, where they're very proudly proclaiming that they've nearly eliminated Down syndrome from their population because they abort any baby that has that diagnosis. And Down syndrome might be incompatible with life in some cases, but in most cases, not so much at all. So this is where we are. These are the doors that we're opening. We're opening the door to killing children. There's no reason why, by the way, that needs to be done. For any fetal abnormality at this age, there are options. The first option is often, even though it's not the best medical treatment, like, for example, in the case of twin-to-twin transfusion syndrome, the first medical option is delivery. You can just deliver the babies. Now, remember where we started. We started at 24 weeks. By the time you get to 30 weeks, you can deliver a baby and there's virtually no negative consequences that come from that. The babies are born normally. And they're born and they live just the way they would otherwise. But since time has gone on, we're at 26, 27 weeks, maybe even later, when we're actually deciding whether or not to do these abortions. They should never be done. Just deliver the babies would be a lot better off. But they can be done, and they can be done for practically any reason because it's all in the judgment of the one making the diagnosis. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, I find this both unnecessary and harmful, and I urge you to vote against the amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Edwards to speak for the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, fellow colleagues. I was an enthusiastic supporter of HB 2 and the insertion of the Fetal Life Protection Act. Part of my belief in that was that by waiting for the 24-week mark, I had been informed that all relevant diagnostic tests could be done in time so that by the 24th week, the mother would make an informed decision on what she wanted to do about keeping the baby or terminating the baby. Now, although I spent over 40 years as a healthcare administrator, I'm not a provider. I have a lot of respect for the provider community. And so as we left that vote and its insertion in HB 2, I was feeling pretty good about it. But the stories and the truths and the realities came over the transom, and I think most of us are aware of the woman who informed us about her twin-to-twin transfusion syndrome scenario where one twin was wasting away, and the failing of that child was increasing the risk of harm and death to the other. And so under HB 2, if that scenario is happening after the 24th week, we would be saying no to that mother and to that physician that you cannot take the one to save the other. This is the kind of Solomon choice that I think government ought not to make. We have medical professionals who train. We have patients that you got to assume after 24 weeks they probably would like to keep the baby. But when it comes time to make that decision, I think we need to trust the process. The process is the physician and the patient go through an informed consent process. That informed consent process makes sure that the patient knows their alternatives, and then that patient has an opportunity, hopefully with their partner, their male partner, to make a decision together about raising or bringing that child into the world or terminating at that point. I don't think we should be in the exam room with them when they're having that conversation. And so this amendment adds fetal anomalies incompatible with life. Down syndrome does not fall into that definition, okay? So this is not allowing a backdoor to abortions of convenience. This is about letting the medical profession treat their patient at that time. So this is a major part of this amendment. I hope you can support this part of it and vote yes. The other part of this I think most of us have agreed to, which is that the original HB2 language around ultrasounds always made it such that the ultrasound wasn't required until there was a precision determination around the 24-week gestation period. This repeats the language that's in the penalty sections up in the body of the text so that there can be no longer any incidental or intentional misinterpretation of the ultrasound requirement. So I think it's a good amendment. I think it's something that the New Hampshire House can be proud of if we pass it. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a division vote.
The motion before us is on the amendment 1209H. A division has been requested. Roll call has been requested by Representative Walper. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is the amendment 1209H. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Walper for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know we've heard testimony after testimony of parents who were given diagnosis of fetal abnormalities incompatible with life, who against medical advice have bore their children to find out that they were fine. And if I know, Mr. Speaker, that these abortions are used across in other countries to eliminate entire classes of people, will I now vote against this amendment by pressing the red button?
Chair recognizes Representative Lynn for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment makes two very important changes to the Fetal Life Protection Act, which we passed last year, if I know that first, the amendment clarifies what was always the intent of the original law, that an ultrasound is not required in every case where an abortion is sought, but only in those cases where there is a genuine question as to whether the fetus has attained a gestational age of 24 weeks or more. And if I know that second, the amendment creates an exception to the 24-week ban on abortion for those tragic situations where a medical professional determines that the fetus suffers from an abnormality that is inconsistent with the fetus's ability to survive and live, leaving the heart-wrenching decision of whether to have an abortion in such cases to where it should be, with the mother in consultation with her husband or partner and her doctor, then would I press the green button so that these measured and entirely reasonable changes to the Fetal Life Protection Act may be enacted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is on the amendment 1209H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 319 voting yea, 25 voting nay. Committee amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1609. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To make a motion
State your motion.
to table House Bill 1609 as amended.
That is a proper motion. A division has been requested. Members will take their seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 1609. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Love for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I knew that this bill as amended, has no language or requirement for a legal clinical burden of proof regarding fetal anomalies incompatible with life, and if I knew that it is in fact safer to induce labor or do a cesarean section allowing for the birth of the baby and let nature take its course, would I then press the green button to table House Bill 1609?
Chair recognizes Representative Wolf for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the committee report on this bill was 20-1 to pass as amended, and Mr. Speaker, if I also know that this amended bill has strong bipartisan support and the support of the public as well. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the law as amended is absolutely critical to patients like Lisa, who many of you have spoken with, would I then now press the red button to overturn the tabling motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 1609. This is a division vote. you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Ham.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 101 voting yea, 243 voting nay. The tabling motion fails. We're back to the motion of ought to pass as amended. Chair recognizes Representative Simon to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we can all agree that a diagnosis of a fetal anomaly incompatible with life is devastating and heartbreaking news, so just know that I feel that way as well. Since debate about the Fetal Life Protection Act began, we've been assured by New Hampshire abortion providers that abortions this late in pregnancy rarely happen, and when they do, only because of a fetal anomaly incompatible with life. According to NHPR, however, there's not a single medical provider in the state of New Hampshire who claims to even perform abortions after 24 weeks. As recently as 2 weeks ago, Sandra Danacour, the executive director of Lovering Health Center, was quoted as saying that abortions aren't done after 22 weeks, 6 days in the state of New Hampshire. There's a full week before the Fetal Life Protection Act even applies. She also said that the Fetal Life Protection Act is a ban with no purpose other than to work backwards from. So actual abortion providers say that the Fetal Life Protection Act has no purpose and is practically speaking a ban on something that doesn't even happen in New Hampshire. If the Fetal Life Protection Act isn't affecting actual medical practice, then why fight against it? Additional exceptions to this law appear to have no purpose other than to uphold the deeply ingrained conditioning that killing innocent children is a real and necessary good, and that it is the best solution for eliminating so many of our problems. Let me offer a less immoral, less gruesome, and less lethal solution. Abortion as defined in the law is any procedure that will with reasonable likelihood cause the death of the child. I believe there is a procedure that can address the concerns of fetal anomalies incompatible with life without necessitating the direct killing of the child. By 30 weeks, a child has a 99% chance of survival if it is born, with no discernible increase of long-term negative health ramifications due to the early delivery. Inducing and delivering a child at this stage does not fall under the definition of abortion in the statute. Remember, these are pregnancies where the life and physical health of the mother are not at an elevated risk. The Fetal Life Protection Act already contains robust exceptions for the physical health and life of the mother. The law does not require that a mother sacrifice her life or even the long-term integrity of her body and its functions for those of the child. Furthermore, late-term abortions are more complicated and dangerous for the mother than regular birth. Why else would every hospital in the state refuse to do them? Why take the extra unnecessary step of killing the child first? Why not induce labor and give the child every possible chance to live and let God determine what is incompatible with life? What does a fetal anomaly incompatible with life actually mean? If the anomaly was currently incompatible with life, the child would be dead. If the child were dead, then the child could be removed from the mother in a medical procedure that does not fall under the RSA definition of abortion. But the child is not dead. The child is still alive. So a fatal fetal anomaly diagnosis does not pertain to the child as it is, but to the child as a medical professional assumes it might be sometime in the future. When in the future? After the first breath? A few days after? A few weeks? Months? In what time frame must the death occur for some condition to be incompatible with life? Every person in this room will experience at some point a condition incompatible with life. However, no medical provider, even knowing the exact condition, can predict exactly when you or I will run out of time, nor can they exactly or infallibly predict the life or death outcome for preborn children. There are plenty of testimonies of parents who, after receiving a fatal fetal anomaly diagnosis, have still given birth to children who lived, some of whom who lived completely normal and healthy lives. What if they had believed the faulty predictions and chosen to kill their child? My solution, granted, of waiting to induce labor at 30 weeks has elicited concern about the psychological strain a mother might endure by carrying the child a few extra weeks after receiving a fatal anomaly diagnosis. However, many women who choose abortion rather than birth in such circumstances carry the burden of psychological strain not only for a few weeks, but for a lifetime, always wondering if the diagnosis was accurate or if they made a tragic mistake. There's a fundamental difference between losing a child to natural circumstances and actually giving the order to take their life. Abortions committed based on fallible medical judgments are self-fulfilling prophecies. A doctor says a child will be dead, and so the doctors make that child dead. A baby is now dead by a doctor's diagnosis and action, but there is no postmortem autopsy to verify that that diagnosis was accurate. It can only be a deadly, unfalsifiable claim. As a result, misdiagnosed, fully viable children are killed, no one is held to account, and the mothers question and grieve. Does the diagnosis of a likely but still only potential outcome give anyone the right to preemptively kill a child? Never. How we view life matters. A child may only live for as long as it's in its mother's womb, but while it is there, it is still alive. Is the value of life simply a matter of function, of utility, of perfection? Are not all people miracles, even if their first breath is their last? The baby may not be perfect, fully functional, or have any utility in the future, but while it lives, is it not nonetheless a miracle? Is it nonetheless a person? Every breath is a precious breath, whether we take one or millions. We all want as many living breaths as we can get. As we sit here today, breathing freely, alive till our last breath, can we justly deny an innocent child that same opportunity? Either all human life has intrinsic value because it is made in the image of God, or none of it does, no matter its flaws, no matter its brevity. So in conclusion, what will we do with children who are less than perfect in form or function, who certainly face difficult challenges in the future, or who may not even make it past their first breath? I say let them live, Mr. Speaker, for as long as they are able. Let them live. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Edwards to speak in favor of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we've had months and months to think about where we're at right now, and so I will just conclude by asking you to pray, settle yourself, and press the green button.
Representative Baldessaro has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1609. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Baldessaro for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I believe that I've lived with this for many, many years on abortion from a girlfriend in my dreams and other stuff on what that child will be like, and Mr. Speaker, if I only knew, I would have adopted that child. And Mr. Speaker, if you believe as I do that this bill takes away the great work we did in HB 2. And Mr. Speaker, in closing, I hope every one of my fellow Republicans stand tall and vote this bill down so we can make another amendment thing. Thank you.
Chair recognizes. Chair recognizes Representative Umberger for a parliamentary inquiry. Chair recognizes Representative Lynn for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know, as a representative from Auburn has said, that we have all given great thought to this matter, and if I know that much of the comments that were made by our friends on the other side who had a different view on this, really dealt with the question of really sort of overlooked, I guess I would say, the question of the right of the woman to make the choice in these terribly difficult situations, of the uncertainty that we've heard about. Then I would ask you, shouldn't that question in these very, very tragic situations be left to the woman to make her own decision on this? I submit to you it should. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1609. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. Also attend the state of the vote. 231 voting yea, 114 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1624 FNA, Act relative to students with disabilities participating in co-curricular activities, making an appropriation therefore. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Bob Lynn for the committee. The amendment is 1166H, printed in House Record 12, pages 36 through 37. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted.
All right, Mr. Speaker, here we go. This is going to be a shit show. So we have a debate on the committee amendment, okay? And then we have subsequent amendments.
Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1. House will be in order. 1627 FNA, an act establishing an Education Freedom Account Program Administrator and Department of Education and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Mary Heath for the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Not yet. The amendment is 1163H, printed in House Record 12, page 37. The chair recognizes Representative Warden to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, this bill passed out of the original Policy Committee on a vote of 18-1 and was put on the consent calendar. That shows bipartisan support for a sound idea in regards to the educational freedom accounts. But for some reason, the Finance Committee added a non-germane amendment that has nothing to do with the FAs, but rather ties us to some federal program for tracking families for free reduced student lunches and breakfasts. It would require our state Department of Education to work with the Medicaid Department and the USDA and tracking the children of New Hampshire and in regards to qualifying for financing for free and reduced lunch. But why would we get in bed with the departments in Washington, D.C.? All of them are used as political weapons against those out of favor. They are borderline corrupt at worst and totally ineffective at best. Do you love the EPA? How about OSHA? Medicaid is no different. It's a vast morass of ineptitude and bureaucracy. So why would we want to get closer to them? And the USDA? Ugh, that is the government entity that told you what to eat based on the food pyramid. You remember that? For a decade, they told Americans to eat a diet based on grains, bread, cereal, and pasta. That department should be dismantled. Here in New Hampshire, partisans of all stripes cry for more local control, whether in regards to masks in schools or zoning, local. Even at the state level, we are proud to thumb our collective noses at the feds, such as with today's bill to sell cannabis in state-owned stores, even though marijuana is still a Schedule I felony level drug at the federal level. But now this amendment goes the opposite direction, demanding that our state Department of Education work with USDA on a demonstration program. No, thank you. Besides the fact that it's an unproven demonstration program, we should all be very concerned about the very real potential for privacy violations if enacted. New Hampshire residents, your constituents, overwhelmingly and enthusiastically passed a constitutional amendment to protect their personal privacy, to provide thousands of families' personal financial information to yet another group of faceless, nameless bureaucrats in Washington is a terrible idea. Concentration of power is a dangerous, slippery slope. We don't want Washington, D.C. managing our affairs and tracking our children. Let's reject the urge to expand the nanny state and do the right thing for the people of New Hampshire by rejecting this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Salisbury, Representative Andrus, is recognized to speak against the amendment. Representative. Is she here?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am opposed to the amendment 2022-1163H and the new section application for Medicaid and certification program. My first opposition is to the cost that will occur for the taxpayers, which is estimated to increase expenditures $60 million annually. Next, Part 1, Article 2B of the New Hampshire Constitution states, "An individual's right to live free from governmental intrusion in private or personal information is natural, essential, and inherent." Would this amendment violate a person's privacy where information from Medicaid individuals is to be shared by the Department of Education, United States Department of Agriculture, and Department of Health and Human Services, and without their knowledge? For whatever the reason, a family may decide they do not want to be a part of the program, but will be enrolled automatically. I am asking you to vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
The member from Hudson, Representative Prout, is recognized to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose the Majority Committee amendment on House Bill 1627. I have no objection to the good work of the Finance Committee in making slight adjustments to the appropriation in the original bill and the effective date thereof. In fact, you may notice another amendment in your seat pocket that restates this aspect of the Majority Committee amendment that could be adopted should this amendment fail. However, I do object to Section 3 of the amendment, which was added following a rushed non-germane amendment hearing. This new program could cost the state up to $60 million annually. But it's not just the price tag I object to. This new program undermines parental rights, violates the privacy of students and their family, and imposes new burdens on local school districts. What this program does is it sets up a new automated data sharing between Medicaid and school districts. They'll start sharing data about households, including their income, with local school districts, who then need to compare that data against their student list. This processing isn't magical. It isn't free. It's going to take some work, and therefore resources and money, to do that. A new burden on school districts. This program is based on a flawed assumption. The assumption that anyone who has not applied for a government handout failed to do so by mistake. This program assumes that everyone wants free government handouts, food in this case. Maybe the family is well aware of the program but has chosen not to participate. This program makes no provision for an opt-out or other way to say, "Leave me alone." A family may do this because they don't want their child eating the cafeteria food and prefer to send a packed lunch from home. Maybe they have strong opinions about organic or non-GMO food. Maybe their child has a condition like celiac disease or PKU. Maybe their child has a weight problem and they're preparing a specific diet. Maybe they're trying to follow a religious dietary restriction. It isn't for us to second guess the why. Parents should be in charge unless they ask for help. And the application for free and reduced meals is the way they do that. I'm incredulous that this program is needed because free and reduced meals application would be too hard for parents to fill out when this program is predicated on the assumption they've already filled out the application for Medicaid. It's the same documentation for both. But this isn't just a bad idea in general. It's an especially bad idea right now. Why right now? Because during the pandemic, the federal government suspended Medicaid eligibility testing and just funded the over-enrollment that occurred by not revalidating enrollee eligibility. All the data in the Medicaid system is as of the household's last application or revalidation, which may have been 2 years ago. This problem has been in the news and recognized as a huge undertaking for states to reactivate their validation programs and work through the backlog. So here we are about to launch a new program to violate families' privacy, trigger huge new state outlays, and the data we're going to base the whole system on is well known to be absolute junk right now. We could not have picked a worse time to launch this program. Even if you believe there's a good time to launch this program, which I don't, it certainly isn't now. I ask you to press the red button to vote no on this amendment so that another motion can be made that will preserve the good work of the Finance Committee on the original topic of the bill, and we can send that, and only that, onto the body on the other side of the wall. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield for a question?
Yes.
Representative Leon, you may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had looked into this program a little bit because it seemed like it might be able to streamline things. But when I found out that places like California, where a county has the same number of students as us, but they only have 20 school districts, and we have 200 school districts. Do you think that this plan that works for states that have very large school districts would actually be a time-saving and cost-saving process in New Hampshire? Or do you think it might be more of a burden on our school districts?
Thank you for the question. I think your question hits on one of the key aspects of this, that to automate anything is a big outlay in IT costs and assumes you have automated systems and people to run those automated systems. And for a very large school district, like the ones you mentioned in California, they have that, there's the economies of scale to do all that. That's not true of a lot of school districts in New Hampshire. And the burden on them is going to be very different than it would have been on those larger districts in California.
The member from Manchester, Representative Heath, is recognized to speak in support of the amendment.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I was conferring. Mr. Speaker, I stand before you to support Amendment 1163. This motion originated in a bipartisan committee made up of members with the House Finance and House Education to better calculate free and reduced lunch numbers used in determining state adequacy funding for school districts. This amendment does two things. First, it provides funding for the Education Freedom Account Administrator for fiscal year June 30th to 2023 to administer the Education Freedom Accounts within the New Hampshire Department of Education. The position is critical to oversee and manage the millions of dollars awarded to New Hampshire students from the Education Trust. Secondly, this amendment authorizes the New Hampshire Department of Education and Health and Human Services to seek participation in a demonstration pilot for Medicaid direct certification administered by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. The Department of Education reports that participation in the pilot will result in better information about the number of children eligible for free and reduced lunches, less paperwork for school districts, and the poorest of New Hampshire children will have better access to free and reduced lunches. Simply, it's a win-win situation for children. It'll give us more accurate count to count the children, and I ask for your support on this amendment. I also want to mention that in the literature that we received from the Department of Education, they gave us a general cost of $60 million, and that $60 million was not subtracted from the amount of money that already goes into the adequacy formula. So that was somewhat misleading. Again, I ask for your support. This is a good thing for us to do. Amendment number 1163. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yep. The question's on Amendment 1163H. Representative Umberger requests a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, please take your seats. The House will come to order. Members, take your seats, please. The question is on Amendment 1163H. This is a division vote. Who did it? Represent. So this is a division vote, okay? The question is on Amendment 1163H. Representative Warden is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that New Hampshire families, not government bureaucracies, should be preparing kids for school, and if I know that we as a legislature should be promoting self-reliance and independence, not expanded welfare programs that we can ill afford, and if I know that we cannot count on the feds to protect Granite Staters' privacy, and, Mr. Speaker, if I know that our constituents want a free state, not a nanny state, would I now push the red button to defeat this amendment?
The House will be in order. Representative Umberger is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill has gotten all sorts
Pardon me, Representative.
Oh, sorry. If I know, excuse me, that this bill has gotten wrapped around the axle 15 times and is not what the folks speaking against it really does. This bill simply gives the DOE the ability to check with USDA and see if we can qualify for the demonstration project. And if I know that none of this will go into effect until 2025, and that we have all kinds of opportunity to change it if that's what you want to do, then would you please press the green button?
The question is on Amendment 1163H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 182 in the affirmative, 148 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. Now, we are going to have a series of one-on-ones on amendments, so please don't go far.
I'll get his attention.
For what purpose does the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move to table HB 1627 FNA.
Representative Platt moves that House Bill 1627 be laid on the table. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Who requested the roll call? Representative Sylvia requests a roll call. It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The House will come to order. The question is whether to lay House Bill 1627 on the table. This is a roll call vote. Representative Plett is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that we are facing quite a few additional amendments to this bill, and time is being chewed up, and if I know that if we could come back with a clean one in the future, should we not wait for that moment and table it for now? Thank you.
Representative Umberger is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
I'm reminded table it by pushing the green button.
Folks, if I know that we just passed the amendment to 1627, which means you all support what's going on. If I know that I did not add these amendments, they were added by you, not me. And if I know that the reason we may have to stay here is not because of me, but because of you,
The House will come to order.
so if one, Mr. Speaker, if one would think I was a little angry, you might be absolutely right. But again, please do not, under any circumstances, push anything but the red button. Thank you.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 1627 on the table. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Treleaven.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 161 in the affirmative, 177 in the negative. The motion fails. The member from Belmont, Representative Sylvia, moves floor amendment 1246, which can be found in your seat pockets, and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment does not take away from the underlying bill. This is about civil asset forfeiture, which really is a poorly described term. It's not civil at all. This is a process of taking property from citizens without due process of law. This body has passed this legislation in the amendment, and we should ensure that the other side of the wall gets the message very loud and clear, with it being connected to this bill, that we are standing for the due process rights of the citizens of this state. The federal government has a program called equitable sharing. Equitable sharing is a mainly civil process where seized assets are taken through a process in the federal court system, and up to 80% of the money that is forfeited in the civil process without the protections that our state provides. 80% of that money is returned to local departments. Now, there's two parts to equitable sharing. There are joint task force operations, which this language does not touch, and then there are adoptions. Our state law, since 2016, instituted a policy where a criminal conviction was necessary before assets were forfeited and the proceeds, 45%, returned to a local department, 45% given to the Department of Justice, and the remaining 10% goes to Department of Health and Human Services. There is a great incentive for law enforcement to go to the federal route, 80% versus 45%. I can think of people describing, and I've never been to third world nations, where law enforcement is put in a position where they don't get paid through their employment so much, but they make up a little out on the road. We should not allow our law enforcement to be incentivized by this process of gaining funds, which, by the way, come back and they do not go through the budgetary process. These funds go directly to the department, whether it's your county sheriffs, your local police department. This money is off budget. This is not the way that we fund police. This is an amendment which will support good law enforcement. It will support due process rights and protections for our citizens. This is language that has passed this body several times, very strongly, and it's a message that needs to be delivered across the wall loud and clear. So please support this amendment, and let's get on with our day. Thank you very much.
The question is whether to adopt floor amendment 1246. Representative Umberger requests a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The House will come to order. Members should be in their seats. This is a division vote. Representative Sylvia is recognized for Parliamentary Inquiry.
I had it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment does not take anything away from the underlying bill, if I know that this amendment adds due process rights to the citizens who may be caught up in a criminal investigation, and I know that we are going to serve the people of the state better by passing this, please press the green button. Thanks.
Representative Weiler is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know this amendment is the same as a bill that passed out of here on March 16th, and if I further know that we have told the Senate, we don't, excuse the other body, that we don't like omnibus bills with different subject matters, that what I now say, this is unnecessary since it's already, the subject matter in this amendment is already in the other body's hands. What I now press the red button so as to pass 1627 without muddying it. Thank you. Push the red button.
The question is whether to adopt floor amendment 1246H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 78 having voted in the affirmative, 247 in the negative, the amendment fails. The member from Merrimack, Representative Blasickas, moves floor amendment 1248, which is found in your seat pockets and is recognized to speak to her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 weeks ago, this body passed HB 1022, making ivermectin available via a standing order. And I think that that bill is so important and historic that we should amend it onto HB 1627. I'll briefly discuss the most recent JAMA study that concluded that ivermectin did not work against COVID-19. Besides the fact that this study treated only already critically ill patients and ivermectin was not used as early treatment, which is when proponents feel it is most beneficial, the actual data from the study showed a very different picture than the conclusion statement. In fact, the conclusion is rather laughable when you read the data from the study. The ivermectin study was split into two groups, the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. In the control arm of the study, there was only a 24% reduction in death from vaccination alone, but in the ivermectin arm of the study, there was a 72% reduction in death in the unvaccinated and a 67% reduction in death in the vaccinated. But we've discussed COVID and ivermectin ad nauseum, so let's move on, shall we? I did a brief search on the NIH.gov website for ivermectin and cancer research. From a paper published January 2021 titled Ivermectin, a potential anti-cancer drug derived from an anti-parasitic drug, quote, Ivermectin has powerful anti-tumor effects, including the inhibition of proliferation, metastasis, and antigenetic activity in a variety of cancer cells. August 2021, in a paper titled, "Ivermectin has a new application in inhibiting colorectal cancer cell growth." Quote, "Ivermectin, an antiparasitic drug, has been shown to possess anti-inflammation, antiviral, and anti-tumor properties." February 2018, in a paper titled, "The Multi-Targeted Drug Ivermectin, from an Antiparasitic Agent to a Repositioned Cancer Drug." Quote, "Ivermectin, an antiparasitic compound of wide use, is clearly a strong candidate for repositioning based on the fact that, one, it is very safe, causing almost no side effects, and two, it has proven anti-tumor effects in preclinical studies." I could go on from there, but I'll stop. It's clear, however, that there is plenty of evidence to take ivermectin out of the anti-parasite only box, but being a cheap generic drug, there is little profit in doing so. With the politicization of this drug and the general topsy-turvy world in which we currently live, where a fully FDA-approved drug is practically impossible to get in this state for any off-label use, despite the fact that normally off-label prescribing is common practice, it is important we make sure our colleagues on the other side of the wall understand how vital it is to make this safe and effective drug available to the people of New Hampshire. I ask that you press the green button so that we can send that message.
The question is on floor amendment 1248H. Representative Umberger requests a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, please take your seats. The House will come to order. Members should find their seats. The question is on Amendment 1248H. Representative Blasek is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill doesn't take away anything from the underlying bill, and if I know that we need to send a clear message to the other body about this life-saving drug, would I now vote green?
Representative Umberger is recognized for parliamentary inquiry. And members should be in their seats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you know, everybody laughed at my last parliamentary inquiry, and I'm not sure that I can rise up to that again. However, what I can tell you is, if I know that the only people doing the speaking are the ones whose bills have already passed. And that's why I'm having to do PIs. And just to tell you, there are 3 more speakers on the amendments and PIs. And I will keep mine short. Please vote red.
The question is on floor amendment whether to adopt Amendment 1248H. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bergeron. Thank you. Representative Newmans. Thank you.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 95 having voted in the affirmative, 235 in the negative, the amendment fails. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion.
Please state your motion.
I move to lay 1627 on the table.
Representative Spillane moves that House Bill 1627 be laid on the table. Representative Blasek requests a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? That's sufficiently seconded. This will be a redo roll call vote. The House will come to order. The question is whether to lay House Bill 1627 on the table. Representative Spillane is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we've come real close to the end of the calendar, but yet we have a never-ending pile of amendments for this bill in front of us, would I now vote green to table 1627 and move along with the day?
The House will be in order. Representative Umberger is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, if I know it's not me that's taking up all this time, it would really be wonderful if those amendments that are still on the calendar were withdrawn. And then we could go forward with the final bill. And I would ask you to please vote red once again.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 1627 on the table. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bradley.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 152 in the affirmative, 181 in the negative. The motion fails again. The member from Hudson, Representative Prout, offers Amendment 1252H, which can be found in your seat pockets, and is recognized to speak to his motion. And before everybody takes off, I don't think this is going to take very long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this amendment would attach the State of Emergency Reform bill that we passed in January to this bill. This state of emergency reform was a critical piece of the agreements that got us to a place where the budget would pass last year. It differs from what was in HB2 last year and is now current law, in that the default thing that happens if nobody does anything is nothing. The state of emergency ends. Under the current law, the governor is required to call this legislature into special session to determine if the state of emergency should end. However, he does not have that authority alone. He must receive the approval of the Executive Council to call us into special session. So what happens if the Council disapproves? The bill does not specify. And the state of emergency continues and continues and continues. Gridlock. It's often used as a negative term, but it's a critical feature of our system of government. Multiple branches and bodies of government must agree to change the status quo. The New Hampshire Constitution uses the phrase, have a negative upon one another. But it's the same thing. And voters seem to know, understand, and sometimes it looks like they prefer it. We often seen the voters of this country seemingly intentionally split the branches and bodies of the federal government among the parties and cause this form of gridlock. Why would that be? I think back to the phrase, no man's life, liberty, or property are safe while the legislature is in session. Well, add my own extension, unless it's gridlocked. And so that's an important difference in how these methods of dealing with a long-lasting state of emergency differ. What happens when there's gridlock? What happens when the branches of government disagree? I argue that most people would assume that if we can't agree, the government does nothing new or special, like the state of emergency, just like when we can't pass a law due to gridlock. This isn't a referendum on how emergency powers were used in the past. This isn't a retroactive law, nor is it meant to reflect on anyone currently holding or running for office. We went through 18 years after the state of emergency reform in 2002 before it was used in a major way. I hope we go another 18 years or more before it's used again. But having a law in our books where 4 individuals, the governor and 3 executive councilors, can indefinitely wield near complete authority through a state of emergency, failing to call a special session and possibly even proroguing the legislature is not right for New Hampshire. I ask you to press the green button and send the message that this reform is important, that we expected it to be passed already, and that we're going to keep passing it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1252H. Representative Umberger requests a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, please take your seats.
I guess I could start now, right? The question is whether to adopt
Amendment 1252H. Representative Prout's recognized for parliamentary inquiry. And he waves off. Representative Umberger is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know you're getting very tired of seeing me up here, that I would ask you to please press the red button so we can get through this quickly. Thank you.
The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1252H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the red button. If you're opposed, if you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 89 in the affirmative, 241 in the negative. The amendment fails. The member from Barnstead, Representative Comtois, moves Amendment 1259H and is recognized to speak to her motion.
Mr. Speaker, may I make a motion, please?
State your motion.
Motion to table.
Sorry, Representative Comtois was already recognized. Perfect. The question is on Amendment 1259H. Representative Umberger requests a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members should take their seats. Representative Prout requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1259H. Representative Comtois is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 629 passed this House in January with a veto-proof majority, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill with overwhelming bipartisan support is what the people of this great state want, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that this homegrown bill keeps the state out of the drug dealing business, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill was sent to the other side and has not yet had a vote, would I now press the green button and send a strong message and support the floor amendment 2022-1259H? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Lang is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this amendment is House Bill 629, which is going to be heard in the other body on April 7th at 9 a.m., and you can all go and testify to it, they'll love 400 people there. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this off-topic, unneeded amendment makes the bill into a Christmas tree, an omnibus bill, and Mr. Speaker, if I further know that last year I spoke to many members who were opposed to Christmas tree and omnibus bills and vowed to vote against them when they came over from the other body, Mr. Speaker, knowing all of this, would I now expect those members who vowed to vote against omnibus bills to push the red button, defeat this amendment so we can move on and get to the bill as amended from the committee?
The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1259H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 76 in the affirmative, 258 in the negative. The amendment fails. The member from Laconia, Representative Johnson, moves floor amendment 1282 and is recognized to speak to her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move Amendment 1282 and wish to speak to my motion. This amendment would attach the Congressional Redistricting Plan to this bill. This plan survived and passed this body after a tabling motion and was narrowly defeated by one vote. But its passage into law now looks unlikely. Not only that, it is unfair to all the individuals running for these offices in either district to have their campaigns upended as they have been by uncertain surroundings what the district lines will be. Unnecessarily uncertainty, unexpected uncertainty. It is unnecessary and unexpected because we currently have a single party, political party, in our control in this state. Everyone except us who work together as a family to get this done. Everyone except those who use the House proposed passed. They could stop making campaign plans and base it on. That everyone has participated in the discussion and hashed things out behind the scenes. But that's not what happened. Like we've always seen with so far too many other bills, there is a distinct lack of encouragement at the public hearings and any other communications until the last minute, if at all, from the executive branch. And this House is just left to look foolish, passing things that won't be signed into law, creating more work and rework for all of us. We should start sending a clear message that we're tired of that. These are the districts we passed. Although thorough and thoughtful, considered, and you're going to see them attached to quite a few things. Maybe important things. I ask that you press the green button and send a message that enough is enough. This is the way of doing business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield for a question?
Yes, I will take one question.
Representative Baldessari, you may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. You know, we've been sitting here to all these amendments, which, you know, I'm kind of shocked at. And my question to you is, did all these amendments come forward because we wasted all this time on an amendment that we already passed that does not even take effect till 2025? Is that what this is all about, trying to stop that amendment on something that doesn't take effect at all?
No.
No?
The member from Hudson, Representative Prouts, recognized to speak in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the previous speaker, and I've seen it in my own town as it's been in the various plans that have been published, flip-flopping between the districts. Going from evaluating candidates in one district, doing endorsements, planning house parties, to now all of a sudden I have to switch gears and look at the other one. The back and forth has been terrible for the politics in my town, and terrible for planning for how to support the great candidates that we have running. And I ask you to vote green on this amendment to send the message that that was not what we wanted. Thank you.
Does the member yield for a question?
Yes.
Representative Kelly, you may inquire.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. I've heard some talk about omnibus bills, and with the adoption of the previous amendment that was non-germane, is this bill already an omnibus bill, and so therefore if you're planning on supporting it, you can support all of these other amendments also?
Thank you for the question. I would say the bill, as it sits before us, as amended by the First Amendment, does contain more than one subject, which is most people's definition of an omnibus bill.
The member from Goffstown, Representative Griffin, is recognized to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am all for sending a clear message. I'm all for that. I haven't had an opportunity to work with all of you, but those of you who have worked with me knows yes means yes, and no means no, and you don't need to ask again. Pressing the red button means no, pressing the green button means yes, and I'm not going to send the bill to you again. I have every confidence that every member of this body who has worked with me is capable of understanding me when I say I'm for something. And I have every confidence that the other body is capable of understanding that message when it comes over. And that is part of what we do. We are not here alone, not alone in a seat of one in a room of 400, and not alone in the legislative body. In regards to what we're talking about, I heard issues in regards to redistricting. Well, welcome to politics. Every 10 years we redistrict, and it's not just New Hampshire, it's every state in the union. And those districts change, and they're not your district. We don't start from incumbency. We start with census data and go forward. And we may not all agree on how to get there, and we may not agree on the timetable, and we may have a late timetable, but it's not news, because the Secretary of State's office has a process for changing the filing period, because it often happens that redistricting affects the time period to file for a district because we don't have a final district. In regards to what you're being asked to vote on today, I have been placed in a very difficult position because I really like this bill. I really like the bill that this amendment represents, which is HB 52, which came out of the Special Committee on Redistricting, and I voted for. Yes is yes.
The Senate has voted, the body on the other side of the wall has voted yes and is yes. But we're here sending a message because there are other messages floating around in the political world, and I've already moved on to the next step. I don't know about you, but I think I might know what's coming, and I think I might have to come back to this body with another CD map because the process has not ended yet. And the sad thing is that this process today for addressing bills could have been much further down the path without multiple amendments, creating indeed an omnibus bill, when we are not capable of tabling any of these amendments without, in fact, tabling the underlying legislation, which many of us apparently thought was good because it already passed once. So as I've sat here today, looking around, going through this, and by the way, how many of you agree with me that the sconces on this wall are 55 as compared to the side wall are 52? I don't know, I can never get the same number the second time. My eyes just can't hold it. That's about as relevant to the underlying bill as this amendment. So I stand here and I apologize for taking up your time, and I apologize. I wish I could apologize for others in regards to taking up your time. So I want to just thank you for having the courtesy of listening to me, and I ask that you vote red on the amendment that's presently before you. Thank you.
The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1282H. Representative Umberger requests a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, please take your seats. The question is whether to adopt Amendment 1282H. This is a division vote. Representative Johnson's recognized for a parliamentary inquiry. Waved off, okay. Representative Umberger? I'm sorry, Griffin. Waved off. Awesome. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 60 having voted in the affirmative, 270 in the negative. The amendment fails. The question now is on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended. The member from Hudson, Representative Prout, is recognized to speak. What? Waved off, okay. The member from Manchester, Representative Heath, what say you? Perfect. The question is on the committee report of ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? Roll call. Representative Sylvia requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. questions on the Majority Committee report have ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1627. This is a roll call vote. Representative Umberger is recognized for Parliamentary Inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank all of you for your indulgence in getting through these amendments. And if I know that it only makes sense that we now pass the bill as amended by pressing the green button. Thank you.
The questions on the Majority Committee report have ought to pass as amended. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 204 in the affirmative, 131 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1642 FN, an act relative to lead testing in children. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jess Edwards for the committee. The questions on the committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1647 FN, an act relative to the calculation of child support. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Jess Edwards for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Mary Jane Wallner for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to table 1647 FN.
Representative Altschuler moves that House Bill 1647 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? A division's been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Representative Berry requests a roll call, and it is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, still please take your seats. Questions whether to lay House Bill 1647 on the table. Representative Wallner is recognized for Parliamentary Inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the Finance Committee could not determine the financial impact of this bill, and if I know that the Department of Health and Human Services is preparing a report that will be available later this year to help us understand the financial impact of this piece of legislation, and if I know that it is the responsibility of the Finance Committee to evaluate the financial impact of legislation, and in this case, the committee was unable to do our job, would I now vote yes to table this bill?
Representative Edwards is recognized for Parliamentary Inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I knew that upon listening to the minority of the committee that we adopted an amendment to do as they asked, which was to cut out the portion of the bill dealing with that would have had the financial impact, to take that issue off the table, and if I know that the remaining part of it is an essential element that the courts have been begging for since 2018, which is a formula that would help establish fairness whenever there's a shared parenting agreement. And if I knew that family court is hell and we could make it a little less bad if we put this formula in place, would I now vote against this tabling motion with the red button so that we can hear the debate? Thank you.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 1647 on the table. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Thank you. Representative Simon.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 155 in the affirmative, 179 in the negative. The motion fails. The question is now on the committee amendment 1171H, printed in House Record 12 on page 38. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question is now on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass with amendment. The member from Concord, Representative Wallner, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1647 is exactly the kind of bill that should come to the Finance Committee as a second committee. The Policy Committee and the House passed new policy that has potential for financial impact on the state budget. During Division 3 work sessions on this bill, there was testimony on the policy from members of the public, but the Department of Health and Human Services could not give us information on the financial impact of this legislation. The department representatives informed us that they are now working on a report which will provide us with information that will be helpful in determining the financial impact of this policy change. This bill should not move forward until we understand the impact it will have on our TANF, food stamp, Medicaid, and housing assistance expenditures. The job of the Finance Committee is to figure out the cost of new policy. More time and information are needed before we have adequate information to pass this legislation. I urge members to vote no on this motion and to allow for a motion of interim study, the motion to come, interim study to come forward. Thank you.
The member from Ware, Representative Earth, is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A number of study committees over the past few years have looked at our child support laws. In 2015, the legislature authorized $500,000 to the Carsey School for the most extensive study to review New Hampshire's child support guidelines. Their report was complete in 2018, and stated, quote, "As substantially equal parenting increases in a number of cases, a larger proportion of child support cases must deviate from the guidelines to account for the sharing of expenses. This results in a range of possible outcomes, little predictability for parents entering the system, and in some cases, judgments that are inconsistent and not fair ultimately to the obligee or obligor." Quote. I don't know what those are either, but it's basically one side or the other. In 2018, the courts made it difficult under current law to provide for shared child support when shared parenting is approved. In the most extreme case, this means that if one parent has $1 more of income than the other, and the parenting is being shared 50-50, all of the child support goes to the parent with $1 less income. The parent with $1 more income pays the other parent their half of the child support, leaving them without the funds to support the child who is with them half the time. The amendment we passed changes the income threshold below which a person qualifies to make a fixed contribution of $50 per month to child support from 150% of the federal poverty level back to 115% as in current law. This minimizes the fiscal impact to the state of New Hampshire during the transition to the more fairly balanced child support allocations. The next legislature will then have the quadrennial review of the child support system being done by the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services that will be completed in December to work with in making further improvements to the system. The bill, as prepared by the Policy Committee and passed by this House on a voice vote, addresses the recommendation of the Carsey School for a better formula for shared parenting. Please join me in supporting this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The questions on the Majority Committee report have ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted.
Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1661 FN local, also be in order. An act relative to regional career technical education agreements. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Kate Murray for the committee. The amendment is 1173H, printed in House Record 12, page 38. The debate is on the amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Andrus to speak against the committee report. Amendment. Against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am not against a legislative parking garage appropriation next year, but I am against Amendment 2022-1173H appropriating $35 million this year. As for the proposal for a new parking garage, there are many unanswered questions that each of us should be asking. The current suggested location at 33 Capitol Street for a new parking garage, are there any other viable alternatives? Do we really want to vote to destroy the building which now houses the Department of Justice? This building was built back in the 1950s for the New Hampshire Savings Bank, and later, many years later, the state purchased the property as the FDIC wanted to sell. Is $35 million a feasible amount for demolishing the Storrs Street garage, finding a new location and moving the Department of Justice, and then demolishing the building at 333 Capitol Street and build a new parking garage? I understand a project usually goes through the House Public Works and Highways Committee, but we did not go through this process. In 2018, Quantum Construction Consultants was hired to inspect the Storrs Street garage. An estimate for repairs was $1.9 million, and there was a capital budget request for the Storrs Street garage. We have spent much money on repairs, even recently. What is the projected lifespan of the Storrs Street garage? I think it's something each of us needs to know. Is it 1 month or 1 year, 2 months or 2 years? I watched and listened very carefully to the Finance Committee hearing. I deal in detailed figures, and all we have is totals. I requested details of the $35 million of how it's going to be spent, and as of today, I had not received it. I need this kind of information to make a sound decision to spend $35 million. I know a new garage will have to be built, but I believe the time is not here and is not now. We are in double-digit inflation. Many citizens in New Hampshire are trying to figure out how to pay their gas bills for their vehicle to get back and forth to work, how to pay the food bill with the rising costs, how to pay for their mortgage or rent and electricity and heating bills. I would like to hope inflation is going to lessen, but currently do not believe it. If we are going to have $35 million plus surplus, then why don't we make plans to give much of it back to the citizens of New Hampshire and utilize the remainder of the surplus to possibly pay down some of New Hampshire's debts? I represent the citizens of New Hampshire, and I ask you to vote no on this amendment. Let's help our citizens. Next year, the House Public Works and Highway Committee can work on viable areas and costs for a new parking garage. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We heard this week of a parking garage that collapsed in Boston. The old garage was in the process of being demolished. Thank you. Was in process of being demolished as it had exceeded its expected lifespan. Something happened. The garage came down. A worker was killed. We're facing a similar situation with the Storrs Street garage, which has exceeded its lifespan, but is still standing, at least for now. This amendment addresses this problem. The current garage is in a state of serious disrepair. For years, there have been discussions regarding the parking garage and the need to replacement, but the can has always been kicked down the road. Today, we've reached the end of the road and action is required now. Those of us who park there have noticed netting, really heavy netting, that hangs below the first and second floor decks. The netting is there to keep chunks of the garage from falling onto the street or falling onto the first floor deck, or onto cars, or onto people. I've been watching that netting very carefully since this was brought to my attention, and I try to drive a little faster to get to the second floor level, although the really tight turns still slow me down. Further, there's been an increasing number of reports of injuries. To date, at least these injuries have been relatively minor. They involve scrapes and cuts from the railings, trips and stumbles because of the uneven surfaces. As I said, the number of reports is increasing, and we need to address this problem before it becomes more numerous, as well as more serious. Some of you may have not realized, as the speaker said before, that we have been spending several $1 million for some years now in order to keep the garage usable and at some level safe. I have to add that there seems to be various levels of understanding as to what is safe, sort of safe, or just plain unsafe. However you see it, the millions are adding up quickly and are not doing anything to address the problem. For these reasons, this situation has reached the point where it must be considered an emergency, and this amendment. The amendment allots $35 million to do 4 tasks. 1 is to demolish the current garage. 2 is to demolish the building now home to the Department of Justice. 3 is to relocate the Department of Justice to a new location, one already available. And 4, to construct a new garage on the site of the current location. Let me add that many consider the current location of the Department of Justice to be somewhat unsuitable for the sensitive work that they do. This new garage will also solve another problem with stores, in that it does not have enough spaces for all the legislators who are assigned to park there. You're on your own to find your own parking if you're a tad late for session. The new structure will have enough space for all, and it will provide far better access for those with disabilities. The new project will not be bonded, but will use cash that is currently on hand. By not bonding the project, there will be no adverse effect on projects supported throughout the capital projects process. It always stings when we have to spend money, and $35 million is a lot of money. For some, there are always going to be other projects that would seem to be more critical. For others, spending money on anything stings. Regardless, this is a problem that requires our attention now. At this time, I don't have the details regarding the design. I don't have a timeline. I'm asking support of this amendment in order to finally get this long overdue process underway. We do need to address this emergency before the situation becomes catastrophic, which will be far more expensive, not only financially, but also on a human level. I ask you, please support this amendment. Thank you for your attention.
The motion before us is the amendment 1173H. Representative Dodge has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The House will be in order. The motion before us is on the amendment. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Umberger for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that Store Street Garage needs replacing yesterday, or maybe 5 years ago, but if I know that it has always been put off because we have had higher priorities, and if I know the dollars are available this year, that we can finally make progress on getting the Store Street Garage built, would you please press the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us is on Amendment 1173H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. House will be in order. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 271 voting yea, 65 voting nay. Committee amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is the motion of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1661. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1662 FN, an act related to privacy obligations of the Department of Health and Human Services. We consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Jess Edwards for the committee. The amendment is 1134H, printed in House Record 12, pages 38 through 39. The question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment on 1662 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Aye. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. No debate. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1682 FNA, an act establishing the Law Enforcement Conduct Review Committee in New Hampshire, Police Standards and Training Council, and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Bob Lynn for the committee. The amendment is 1099H, printed in House Record 12, page 39. The question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and committee amendment is adopted. The question before us now is the ought to pass with amendment motion on 1682 FNA. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 1584FN, an act establishing a capital improvement grant program for the benefit of state fairs and agricultural fairs. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Judy Aaron for the committee. The amendment is 1156H, printed in House Record 12, pages 24 through 26. The question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1584FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. House will be in order. Majority of the Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 1598FN, an act legalizing the possession and use of cannabis. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Timothy Lang for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Richard Ames from the minority of the committee. Majority committee report is 1172H, printed in House Record 12, page 27. The question is on the majority amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the majority amendment is adopted. The bill is open to second reading and further amendment. And we're looking at floor amendment 1198H by Representative Major, and who is recognized to speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a floor amendment 1198H. It's a simple amendment. It clarifies how the 50% of the net profit from the sale of cannabis is used in setting the education tax rate. RSA 76:3 is clarified by this amendment to say that $363 million used in setting the statewide education property tax rate is reduced by the amount credited to the Education Trust Fund pursuant to RSA 318F15, which you just passed in the amendment. Thank you.
The question before the House is the major floor amendment, 1198H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the major floor amendment is adopted. Further, bills open to second reading. Further amendment. The chair recognizes Marsh. The chair recognizes Representative Marsh to offer floor amendment 1230H, and the chair recognizes Representative Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This too is another simple amendment, and I rise in support of floor amendment 1230H in your seat pockets. Last year we passed House Bill 163 by a 255 to 101 vote. That bill directed DHHS and Public Health to create posters and make information available at the dispensaries regarding the use of cannabis when pregnant or when lactating, about accidental poisonings, and about its use during adolescence. We did this because U.S. Surgeon General Jerome Adams had expressed his concern about these uses, and he wanted us to address the subject. This floor amendment simply extends the same requirement which already exists at the ATCs to retail cannabis stores. The posters and the informational material already exist. I urge you to vote in favor of this. Thank you.
The question before us is the Marsh Floor Amendment, 1230H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. A division has been requested. Only members in the room. Nobody can come in. Members need to return to your seats. No. The House will be in order. The motion before it is the Marsh Floor Amendment 1230H. This is a clarifying vote. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Norgren. Representative Cannon. Representative Gay.
House will be in order. Members need to be in their seats. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 212 voting yea, 89 voting nay. The Marsh Floor Amendment is adopted. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Conley offers floor
Mr.
amendment 1283H and is recognized.
Mr. Speaker.
I recognize you, Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. Colleagues, floor amendment 1253H is a friendly amendment that fixes an unintended consequence from the committee majority amendment that we just passed. Under that amendment, edible cannabis products can no longer be sold in retail establishments, but the amendment also eliminated the existing cannabis decriminalization statute. The bill does that because if we're legalizing it, we no longer need a decriminalization statute anymore. But by removing retail sale of edible cannabis products from the bill and striking the decrim statute, it puts edible cannabis in a legal limbo. This amendment fixes it. It restores the personal possession limit for cannabis-infused products at 300 milligrams of THC for adults 21 and older. That's the exact same standard that already exists under decriminalization. So again, this is a fix, no more, no less, and I ask you to pass it. Thank you.
The motion before us is the Conley Floor Amendment 1283H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the Conley Floor Amendment is adopted. Bill's on second reading, open to further amendment. The Representative Abramson offers floor amendment. I don't have a number. The amendment is 1286H, and it is in your seat pockets. Chair recognizes Representative Abramson. No, Abramson.
All right, sorry about that. I heard Abbas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my only long speech of the session. All my speeches are usually about 30 seconds, so if members have to take a bathroom break, this will be the time. I move Amendment 1286H in your seat pockets. It looks long, but it's about as simple as you can imagine.
The member will suspend.
Sorry.
The House is getting awful noisy. The member has a right to be heard. The House will be in order. If you need to have a conversation, take it out into the anteroom. Member may continue.
The amendment is about as simple as you can imagine. Instead of having the Liquor Commission set up a number of state-run liquor stores around, a number of state-run marijuana stores around the state, it would just have private business sell it and dispensaries sell it in towns where the voters had approved the sale of cannabis. Amendment 1286H would simply remove from this bill the requirement that the Liquor Commission buy, sell, inventory, and advertise marijuana, instead of just letting private sellers and existing dispensaries sell cannabis. This would still be under the regulation and oversight of the Liquor Commission, and there are no other major policy changes under the law. Other than medical marijuana, all cannabis products under this amendment would simply be subject to the 8.5% meals and rooms tax, generating an estimated $44 million a year, according to the Tax Foundation. In addition, following these sales estimates, state and municipal governments would bring in an estimated $20 to $30 million in additional business and property taxes without having the state take a huge risk on another state-run enterprise. Compare that with the rosy estimates in the majority report of $30 million a year if this new state-run monopoly doesn't end up like every other state-run monopoly. By the way, every hypothetical dollar of revenue in the criminal justice version of the bill is earmarked in the bill, plus tens of millions more, so that there really couldn't be any possible way that I can see that there'd be any revenue left for the general fund. But let me be absolutely clear. This amendment simply would have private establishments taking all of the risks to have them buy, sell, and inventory cannabis, rather than one top-heavy state-run monopoly doing the work. Without this amendment, the state would have to expend, according to the fiscal note, upfront $7.9 million plus another $9 million a year in operating costs, then proposes to transfer hypothetical profits of $25 million to DHHS and millions more to state agencies on a perishable inventory estimated at $700,000. I cannot understand any business model that could work out this way, nor understand why any Republican would vote for something that runs completely contrary to the spirit and letter of the New Hampshire GOP platform and everything that we stand for. Without this amendment, the bill simply proposes to trade one failed Soviet-era policy, mass incarceration, with another, Soviet agriculture. Who's going to stand in, or Soviet grocery stores, I should say, who's going to stand in line 2 hours waiting for weed? No one. If you can drive 20 minutes to the next state, since cannabis is legal to buy in almost every other part of the Northeast. Mr. Speaker, if someone came to you with this business plan asking for tens of millions of dollars for a completely untested and unfeasible business model with no realistic way to turn a profit on just $700,000 in perishable inventory, unlike the state-run liquor stores, would you write them a check for over $18 million? Not on your salary, you wouldn't. Well, I only make 22 cents an hour in this position, and if I were a venture capitalist who approved this business plan in the private sector, I would find myself making 0 cents an hour because I would be fired. But let's just imagine that every socialist activist in New England came to New Hampshire's Stoner Pot Palace to finally see Soviet-style socialism working for the first time ever in history. After seeing New Hampshire spend over $1 million a year on advertising, according to the fiscal note coming straight from the Liquor Commission. Suppose these Trotskyites love New Hampshire socialism so much that they decide to settle down here and get all their friends to buy from Stoner's Pot Palace. I cannot see any realistic way that a state-run monopoly could possibly compete with hundreds of rapidly evolving, innovative cannabis sellers in the Northeast and thousands of e-commerce sites all over the country. In my 2 decades living in the live free or die state, I have seen many bills, both as a member and as a private citizen, attempting to create state-run banks, commuter rail, and other state-run enterprises. And they have all been defeated here because there is no public support for that brand of socialism, even from the hardened socialist activists. The state-run liquor stores are the first thing that left-wing activists complain to me when they move here. Without Amendment 1286, we'd be setting a dangerous precedent that private business will now be replaced with state-run monopolies by whomever future governors appoint without our input and without our say-so. Consider the track record of costs of other state-run monopolies. 20 years ago when I moved here, people complained that public schools were charging $7,000 a year per student. Now it's almost $20,000. The prison system was costing $9,000 per year per inmate. Now it's nearly $60,000. Under the bill, it estimates $56,000. When they get out, it costs over $61,000 per year to put them on welfare in Section 8 because they can't get a job with a modern diploma and a criminal record, many of them for being prosecuted for marijuana convictions. Every person I saw at the public hearing in Ways and Means and everyone who signed the blue sheet on the Criminal Justice Committee's version of this bill was in opposition. Banking Commissioner, Banking Association, Police Chiefs Association, every single cannabis activist, dispensary, marijuana policy project, and medical marijuana advocates. Without this amendment, 1286, the bill has zero public support, and every single post on Citizens Count on social media opposed the idea of getting the state to buy, sell, inventory, and advertise marijuana. Multi-million-dollar bureaucracies created without public support beget powerful political constituencies that make future reforms and future changes difficult or impossible. For example, even though the state could make 2 to 3 times, we've been told, 2 to 3 times as much revenue by reprivatizing the state-run liquor stores and just putting an excise on liquor, that can never happen now because no one can take on that multi-million-dollar political juggernaut and the complex system of RSAs that has grown up around the state-run liquor stores. And won't this state-run enterprise also become political? Will decisions about its operation be as practical as those made by private business? If state-run liquor stores are the model, sorry, I probably shouldn't say that. Hey, I ran into trouble earlier, so I'm just going to delete that. No, I'm not going to say it. It's just funny. If members think that a dozen marijuana bills per session, I'll say it at Tandy's later. If members think that a dozen marijuana bills per session eat up too much of our time already, imagine what will happen if we have perhaps 30-plus bills a year trying to have the state decide whether or not to have Stoner's Pot Palace be open on Easter Sunday, highway placement, how much to spend on signs, or feel-good programs, or bureaucracy. Half the bills introduced here now deal with the school system and prison system. Will New Hampshire cultivators and distributors now be forced to sell only to the state as business owners warned at the Ways and Means hearing? Many worried that they would be put out of business. Will some be forced out of business, unable to sell outside of the state-run monopoly? Will an out-of-state company buy up those few cultivators and force the state to pay twice as much for perishable cannabis leaves, causing the Liquor Commission to lose money every year? The residency requirement in the bill is only for the initial license, not for continuation. And will the $1 million a year spent on advertising marijuana try to send the message to kids that they shouldn't buy drugs, but if they do, try and buy them from the state? Actions speak louder than words, and no dare billboard will carry any weight with teenagers if it stands right across the street from another billboard promoting drug use. The Criminal Justice Committee recently rejected a similar bill, my bill, on the argument that business might advertise glass pipes and scales. Criminal justice can't have it both ways. State promotion of drug use at taxpayer expense is perhaps the most unpopular policy ever considered by the House, yet it's still on the bill. Many of my Republican colleagues now support relegalization only as a tool to reduce drug use, not promote it at taxpayer expense. We were told repeatedly by majority on criminal justice to vote down other marijuana bills because they had some big compromise bill that they were working on, and this monstrosity, and it is a monstrosity, is it, and it needs to be amended. The vote in Ways and Means was certainly not unanimous. It was 12-10, with many of those who voted for it, who voted ought to pass with amendment, admitting both before and after the hearing that they hate this version, but they felt that they couldn't change it. This bill is the worst idea since Congress spent $856,000 to find out how long it would take to train lions to walk on a treadmill. It took 8 months. It shouldn't take 8 months to figure out we need to hit the green cannabis button on the Amendment 1286 to remove the socialist big government aspects of the bill and simply convert it into a simple revenue bill. Better to get $65 million a year with no risk to the state than maybe gain or lose $30 million a year. We don't make changes in the House because the Senate might want changes. We pass, those we do not speak of. We pass the House position and let those we do not speak of propose their own changes on the other side of the wall. When has the House ever caved into the Senate demands or speculated about Senate positions? When has the House ever changed legislation based on rumors about what the Senate might add? Let senators speak for themselves, press the green button, and help us downsize government.
A division has been requested. Members will start taking your seats. We're down to the last speaker. Chair recognizes Representative Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the floor amendment 1286H. I'm not going to take as much time to respond to every single point that was just made, but I heard it was one of the points was that it was the most unpopular proposal of all time. I just want to point out there was a division vote on the first go-around, and it passed this body by a vote of 235 yeas to 119 nays. So it did pass once already. So I don't believe it's the least popular of all time. But in addition to being a 9.5-page floor amendment that did not go through any committee, if you go to the last page, you'll see where the rooms and meals tax says 9%. I believe this body, and it was something that we took a lot of pride in, of lowering the rooms and meals tax to 8.5%. So this would be raising the rooms and meals tax, unrelated to cannabis, it would be increasing it back to 9. With that being said, by having cannabis be taxed under the rooms and meals tax, which is neither a room nor a meal, you are essentially starting to convert that rooms and meals tax into a full-on retail sales tax. This is the beginning. It will start with this floor amendment today. That's where it will begin, because now we have a retail product that we are selling in a retail store, calling it, we're trying not to call it a sales tax, but it is a sales tax. So eventually your rooms and meals tax will be a full-on retail sales tax. That's what this amendment would actually do. And for that reason, please push that red button. Do not raise taxes, and don't support any type of sales tax. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does a member yield to questions?
No.
Member does not yield. The motion before us is the Abramson Floor Amendment 1286H. This is a division vote. Members, take your seats. For what reason did the member rise?
May I ask a question of the chair?
State your question.
Presiding officer, I should say. Doesn't the last page of the bill say, quote, 8.5% of the charge of taxable meals, sales of cannabis, cannabis accessories, and so forth?
That's not a question of the chair.
All right, thank you.
The House will come to order. The motion before us is the Abramson Floor Amendment 1286H. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Adjutant for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this amendment preserves the great progress this body has made in the last several years, as it reduces the penalties for the use and possession of the plant that we seek to legalize. If I know that putting cannabis under the meals and rooms tax would mean revenues estimated in the tens of millions, plus an extra 20-30 million in business and property tax revenue. If I know that this amendment eases concerns that members across the aisle may have about a liquor commission monopoly on cannabis, and if I know that I, like 2/3 of this body and 70% of the state of New Hampshire, just want to finally get cannabis legalized, would I now support this bipartisan amendment? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Lang for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues, for listening. If I know, Mr. Speaker, that this bill, while well-meaning, provides no mechanism to move the money from the Rooms and Meals Tax Fund into the Cannabis Control Fund, which is what will pay for the operation of state stores and give your towns the needed relief that are part of the bill, of the original amendment. And Mr. Speaker, if I further know that this bill, as written, is nothing more than a gateway tax to a full-blown retail sales tax, Mr. Speaker, would I now press the red button, oppose this bill, so we can get on to the original bill as amended? Thank you.
The motion before us is the Abramson Floor Amendment 1286H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 77 voting yea, 257 voting nay. The amendment fails. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to table 1598.
That is a proper motion. Motion before us is to table House Bill 1598. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Who requested the roll call? Representative Blazik requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. No, she is. The motion before us is the tabling motion on House Bill 1598. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Mola for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the Ways and Means Committee worked very hard to put safeguards into 1598, but this bill has not proven its fiscal solvency and is not ready for prime time, and if I know that New Hampshire has already codified targeted solutions to address medical marijuana and decriminalization, but full legalization has proven harmful to 18 other states, and if I know that Nashua and Manchester are already struggling with a 110% increase in drug overdoses this past year alone, and finally, if I know that during a recent discussion on legalization, our governor was quoted as saying, quote, "I have talked to a lot of governors who said, boy, it has been a real problem." Would I now press the green button to table 1598?
Chair recognizes Representative Conley for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill has already passed this House by an almost veto-proof margin, if I know that this bill would raise millions of dollars for property tax relief, the state retirement system, and law enforcement, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that kicking the can down the road for another year does a disservice to the residents of this state who just want us to get this done. So I would ask you to press the red button to defeat the tabling motion. Thank you.
The motion before us is the tabling motion on House Bill 1598. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 118 voting yea, 216 voting nay. The tabling motion fails. Now we're on to the bill as ought to pass as amended.
Okay, the questions on the Majority Committee report have ought to pass. With amendment, the member from Seabrook, Representative Abramson, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
I'm sorry, isn't that in opposition? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now I really will be brief. I rise in opposition to House Bill 1598 as amended for one very simple reason. As I mentioned during my previous statements, that the rough estimate of total sales by some outside groups would be about $400 to $500 million a year. So that's probably true, but that would be not only larger than the entire prison industry, it would be many times larger than the entire prison industry. And as the figures that I brought up before, the cost per inmate has gone from, in my time in New Hampshire, has gone from $9,000 a year per inmate to $60,000 a year per inmate. It's 6 times more expensive in the last 20 years. The cost of government goes up and up and up and up and up. If members have any thought of maybe one day legalizing or coming up with any other policy, this would be absolutely the biggest, most powerful political constituency that we would ever have to fight against to make any kind of political change in the future. I'm asking you, as every single activist, every marijuana policy activist, the marijuana policy group, the dispensaries, a marijuana policy project, all of them asked. They asked Ways and Means to vote this down, to stop this, because they know about the long-term unintended consequences of going down this path. I don't know of any other state that has done this with cannabis. We have seen this with other types of state-run monopolies, and it should never be. We'll never have a realistic chance to privatize this once this gets deep-rooted. Please press the red button.
The member from Sugar Hill, Representative Egan, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did come here with the intention to speak against this bill, but my friends, my colleagues, I'm at a quandary. I'm not a fan of big government. Yes, I'm a Democrat saying I'm not a fan of big government. Surprise, surprise. I'm not a fan of state-run monopolies. But I am a fan of listening to the 70, 75, maybe 80% and growing constituents in our state that ask for us to legalize cannabis. I've been very outspoken on both sides of the aisle about my interest to legalize cannabis. I say, if not now, then when? We need to send a message to the body on the other side of the wall for them to tell our constituents, 75, 80% of them, that they are not being heard. Let the body on the other side of the wall tell people that 80% of them, their opinions do not matter. I ask you to vote in favor of House Bill 1598 so that we can do the business that the people of the state of New Hampshire sent us here to do, which is to legalize cannabis, create revenue for our state, create economic development, and begin to move on with other business that this body has. Thank you.
Does the member yield for a question?
I do.
Representative Warden, you may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for taking my question. Is it your understanding, would you agree that the type of state monopoly proposed in this bill has not been tried in the other 18 states that have legalized cannabis, and thus would be risky, bureaucratic, costly, and potentially turn this program into a boondoggle for the state of New Hampshire?
Thank you, sir, for the question. I do have an issue with that. All states in the United States that have legalized cannabis have a cannabis control commission that allows them to have oversight over the industry. One of my concerns with this bill is that we do not have that. Hopefully that's something that our friends on the other side of the wall can take up when we send them this bill. We do need to have a clear oversight of regulation separate from the folks that sell the product. That's what we've been doing here in the United States for almost 300 years. We have regulation over sales. So there is a concern that I have. That was probably one of the main concerns, that I was not in favor of the state-oriented business model that this bill has been built on. But I think, again, at the end of the day, as I sat here for the last 3 hours thinking about what I was going to say, I thought, who sent me here? It's the fine people from Sugar Hill and Franconia and Lisbon and Lyman and Monroe, who are farmers and hunters and hardworking North Country folks who have said to me over and over and over again, whether they're bankers or farmers or educators, that we're in favor of legalized cannabis. We look silly compared to Maine and Massachusetts and now Vermont and Canada, and there are state-run stores in Nova Scotia that we can look as a model. So at the end of the day, what is my job? Not to tell you what I think and what I feel, but to do what the people voted me here to do, which is to represent their viewpoint that 75 to 80% of them want legalized cannabis. So thank you for your question, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Londonderry, Representative Baldessaro, is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow representatives, I was going to stay silent on this here, and because I could care. I don't never smoke marijuana in my life, and I've had it all around me many times. I actually voted against medical marijuana. But for the record, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that I do condone violence at the Oscars. I wanted to put that out there, by the way, on my mind there, because this could be my last time speaking here at the well. A friend of mine who passed away prior to losing his life, the distinguished minority leader from Hampton, he fought for this marijuana for many, many years. I want you to keep that in mind when we do cast this vote. He really did support this here. The marijuana bill, we all talk about a monopoly, a monopoly, a monopoly. You know something, for 15 years, that's all I heard. The Constitution says a monopoly. I hear people, reps come and go in here. But you want to know something? Cable is a monopoly. Other areas here, internet, alcohol. We have monopolies all over. Let's cease the BS on it's a monopoly. Enough is enough. Now, I'm going to tell you one thing. If you let this die, and you're a big marijuana supporter, this is the nose under the tent. This is your opportunity to get the nose under the tent, get something passed where I'm hearing, I don't know how true it is, but I'm hearing somebody's going to let it go without a signature, okay? This is election year. You finally have an opportunity to pass something. Something. If you do not get this here going, and this does not pass this year, you get a governor who gets reelected, election time's over, you know the game in this business, you'll never get it again. It will be vetoed and vetoed and vetoed. So you might as well make a tough decision here today. The House has voted this in many times. Do I like the state involved in this here? Hell no, I don't. But you want to know something? You got no choice. Either you want marijuana or you don't. You can't have the whole pie. We have to take a little piece at a time. Later on, you come back and you fix it. You add more to it. You do whatever you got to do. But you got to get the nose under the tent. And if you don't, then you failed. You're never going to have it. I'm not going to lose sleep. I'll be in Florida where it's passed, I think. But so I recommend that you really think deep down inside your heart and realize, do I want it or do I not? Do I care and listen to this garbage about it's a monopoly when it's all over New Hampshire, monopoly? We're a small state. We do not have a tax revenue. If you want sales tax, payroll tax, and vote this down. Vote it down. Eventually, this state is going to run out of other people's money. This is choice money that we got going on right now. So if anything, for the former minority leader, I would say this should be at least over 300 or nothing, or whatever we got here. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Knirk to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm also torn, because as many of you know, I have favored cannabis legalization for years, and I sponsored a bill to do so in the past. My seat number is 4-20. And I was informed that that was not a coincidence. And now that I have your attention, we can carry on with the rest of the information. So the bottom line is, though, I rise to point out the negative impact of HB 1598 on the therapeutic cannabis program in New Hampshire. I serve as the chair of the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board. That board is charged with the medical oversight of the New Hampshire Therapeutic Cannabis Program. And this year, the board, knowing that there were a lot of various legalization bills coming up, passed a resolution that stated, quote, any bill legalizing cannabis for adult use in New Hampshire should be evaluated to determine its impacts on the therapeutic cannabis program. The therapeutic cannabis program is valuable and must be preserved if adult legalization passes. Now, in the rest of my statement, though, I will be speaking for myself. The board did not make a specific recommendation on HB 1598, as they did not have the opportunity to go into the weeds on it. Now that I really have your attention, I'll tell you the details about it. The issue is that HB 1598 will endanger the existence of the therapeutic cannabis program. Remember that the purpose of therapeutic cannabis is really very different than recreational cannabis. The alternative treatment centers spend a lot of time counseling patients, reviewing their medical condition, their previous treatments, their previous experience with cannabis, and their treatment goals. They have a robust education program for their patients regarding risks, safety, dosing, routes of administration. The patient is then started at a low dose and under supervision is titrated slowly upward to reach the desired therapeutic effect without the unwanted effect of intoxication. As a result, the ATCs also have to stock a really broad range of products oriented to the medical population, in particular non-intoxicating strains of cannabis with varying concentrations of THC and CBD, along with different delivery methods, such as topicals and suppositories, which you don't find in a recreational store, to meet the needs of different patients. High-potency products are going to be available for certain patients in certain conditions. Now, all of these factors will create unique costs for the ATC, which will not be faced by the recreational stores. Okay, minor problem, except then when you combine that with a lack of taxation and the intention of rock-bottom prices to undercut the regional price of cannabis, that's going to leave the ATCs unable to compete on price. Patients will leave the program. They'll leave for the cheaper products that they can get at the recreational stores. That'll jeopardize the ATCs and the therapeutic cannabis program, but importantly, it will leave the patients without the full spectrum of products they need, and without guidance, and without education, and without the supervision. I had suggested at one point to the Ways and Means Committee, not to the whole committee, but to a few select members, that a solution might be to set aside some of the revenue from the recreational program to simply support the ATCs sufficiently to allow the ATCs to meet the price point of the state recreational stores, but such a safeguard was not inserted. So in summary, HB 1598 does not protect our therapeutic cannabis program. It places it in jeopardy. The profusion of floor amendments we see on this bill strongly suggests that this bill still needs a lot of work. And it's for those reasons that even though I'm in favor of legalization, I still oppose OTPA on this bill and suggest interim studies so we can work out these problems and come up with a good bill, because I don't trust the people on the other side of the wall to fix all these problems. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of HB 1598, the committee's recommendation of ought to pass as amended. In regards to the ATCs, there was no actual physical data or information presented to the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee or to the House Ways and Means Committee to suggest how many patients who are legitimately receiving medical treatment would all of a sudden stop receiving that legitimate medical treatment and all of a sudden resort to recreational drug use if HB 1598 would become law. There was also no information presented to either committee about how many patients would have to be lost to the ATCs in order for the ATCs to no longer be viable. The only opposition that was really explained, or that how it would hurt the ATCs, is that the policy put forth by HB 1598 would compete with the existing monopoly that the ATCs have on the medical industry. As I said, existing monopoly that exists. And the New Hampshire State Constitution does not permit a private monopoly such as the ATCs have. So if someone were to challenge that, that would be an interesting to see how that would play out. In respect to the revenue, and I said this before, and I'm sure people have heard me say this, and we've all probably heard it from other individuals. Property taxes. With the exception of fuel tax right now, property taxes is one of the complaints that we hear about the most. This is an opportunity for not just one caucus or the other. This is an opportunity for this body today to actually deliver a reduction on property taxes throughout the entire state. It's not talk, it's not a future promise, it's not something that we'll put into the bill later, it's actually in the bill. It is in there right now. In order to deliver on that, we need to, on our part, we have to push that green button to do this. If you don't want to support lowering property taxes, or if you feel that lowering property taxes for some reason is not fair because some communities or some houses are valued more than other houses, well, perhaps you push that red button. But if you want to join me and actually deliver and lower property taxes throughout the entire state and not just talk about it, join me, push that green button, and support the committee's recommendation of ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield to questions?
No.
Member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Hamola to speak against the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Conley. He waves off. Chair recognizes Representative Ames.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm here to speak against the pending ought-to-pass motion on House Bill 1598 as amended. I want to begin by agreeing with many who have spoken for and against this bill by saying in different words what they have said. Decades of experience have proven, I believe, that legal prohibition of recreational cannabis fosters a harmful black market and high levels of arrests of marginalized people. Maine, Massachusetts, and Vermont, and many other states have moved to legalize with this context and background within common sense regulatory frameworks. New Hampshire does need to join this movement away from prohibition to best practice legalization of the purchase and sale of cannabis for recreational adult use in New Hampshire. Unfortunately, however, this bill sets up a legalization structure that is unlikely to work. Although the amendments just adopted are welcome, I suggest that House Bill 1598's fundamental structural defects go deep and cannot be fixed by piecemeal amendment. The bill's chosen model for legalization is unprecedented in the United States. It creates a government-owned retail monopoly that will be vested in the New Hampshire Liquor Commission. This state-owned retail monopoly will then depend entirely on a private intrastate supply chain that will be strictly confined within New Hampshire's borders due to continuing federal prohibition of interstate cannabis transactions. This will be totally unlike the existing retail liquor monopoly held by the Liquor Commission. With liquor, there is a worldwide wholesale supply chain and a very active cross-border retail market. The Commission, which is officially neutral on this bill, has made clear that it will protect its premier liquor brand by not co-locating cannabis stores with its liquor stores. This new public-private hybrid cannabis supply and retail system will be subject to a regulatory system controlled by the Liquor Commission. In this peculiar model, the Liquor Commission is being assigned dual and inevitably conflicting roles of monopoly retailer and chief government regulator. This House Bill 1598 model resembles hybrid public-private models that have been tried in 2 Canadian provinces, Quebec and Ontario, perhaps in other provinces as well, but I don't know that. Reportedly, after struggling with wasteful disconnects between private product supply chains and the demands of government-owned retail outlets, Ontario has given up on the public ownership components of its model. Quebec is still stumbling along, its production and sales lagging the other Canadian provinces. These adverse Canadian experiences, and in contrast, the many positive private market legalization experiences in the United States, appear to me to demonstrate that flexible vertical marketing integration coupled with independent regulation is needed to enable cannabis's successful cultivation, processing, and sale. House Bill 1598's inflexible legal separation of publicly owned retail stores from the rest of the privately owned supply chain will likely prevent any such vertical marketing integration. The amended bill prohibits Liquor Commission retail sale of so-called cannabis-infused food or drink products, including so-called edibles. Edibles will now, thanks to an amendment that we adopted, whatever it was, an hour ago or so, cannabis will be part of cannabis edibles will come within the frame of the possession limit. So we've gotten over that hurdle and corrected that deficiency in the bill, but the liquor stores will not be selling, or the cannabis stores run by the Liquor Commission will not be selling edibles to adult recreational customers. These cannabis-infused products are popular with recreational cannabis customers and are thought to make up as much as 40% of cannabis sales in other legalized states. Prohibiting their sale to the Commission's adult use customers is certain to substantially reduce the Commission's intrastate and potential cross-border revenue. The absence of these popular items from the Commission's retail product line will undermine the Commission's ability to successfully compete with the multitude of established private market stores in each of New Hampshire's neighboring states. Informal revenue estimates previously put forward by the bill's sponsors suggested that implementation of this model in New Hampshire could generate about $250 million annual net revenue for the state. However, Liquor Commission testimony before the Ways and Means Committee and much more information received from states and people in the industry convinced the committee that net annual revenue after full implementation would more likely be about 1/10 of that original estimate. Considering the exclusion of cannabis-infused food or drink products, we now estimate that, in the best case, net revenues will more likely level off at between $20 million and $30 million at the end of a transition period of at least 4 years that will be needed for rulemaking, state staffing, and product and store development. And remember, that is the best case. Given these limitations, proposed revenue allocations contained in the amended bill, expressed as percentages after expenses, result in insignificant amounts divided among many beneficiaries. The amended bill deprioritizes funding for drug misuse, education, prevention, and treatment, so it will fail to provide more than a pittance for these essential programs. And nonprofit alternative therapeutic cannabis centers, and you've heard about them from Representative Knirk, which provide important services to those seeking medical help, now number more than 10, they're serving more than 9,000 patients at last count. And representatives of these centers did testify to Ways and Means that they may not survive if the House Bill 1598 model is implemented. Legal counsel for these centers has further advised that the amended bill's limited allowance for for-profit components of alternative treatment centers will not work. In short, the amended bill fails to put in place safeguards to ensure survival of New Hampshire's alternative therapeutic cannabis centers. So in conclusion, I feel that I believe that House Bill 1598 is not ready for prime time. It needs more work. Interim study would be a good option to help move legalization in a better direction, and I hope that you will join me in voting against OTPA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield to questions? Member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Lang, who is the last speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. I promise I'll keep this really, really short. The representative from Sugar Hill was exactly correct. A 2022 UNH poll says 74% of New Hampshire residents support legalization. That poll went on and said 61% of that poll supports this bill. What does this bill do? Pretty straightforward. Legalization is what everybody's looking for. This truly not decriminalizes, but stops New Hampshire from prosecuting and arresting our citizens for possession and use of cannabis. What else does the bill do? It does set up a state monopoly. I'll readily admit it. It allows the state to be able to sell cannabis, certain cannabis products. What does that do to revenue? No one talked about revenue. Revenue estimated from, and it's a very conservative estimate, the revenue for gross sales by the New Hampshire Liquor Commission was $250 million in sales in the state of New Hampshire. That is a conservative number. Of that $250 million, $50 million would be estimated as profit, which would be used to run the state stores, their operating costs. This bill allocates $4.6 million to the state liquor stores so they can open up their first 3 or 4 stores, and then from those 3 or 4 stores, they'll use their revenue to be able to open up any future stores that they need. It requires the New Hampshire Liquor Commission to pay back the citizens of New Hampshire $4.6 million back to the general fund within 5 years. So the taxpayer is not on the hook for anything to start this project. Lastly, what does it do to the remaining revenue after operational expenses and paying back the citizens of New Hampshire the $4.6 million? This bill gives direct tax relief to every property owner in the state. 50% of all net revenue must go against the $363 million swept tax that we ask every citizen to pay. It directly goes against that to lower the taxes for every single property owner in the state of New Hampshire. Additionally, what else does it do? It gives 30% to pay off the New Hampshire retirement system $4.9 billion debt. The faster we can pay that debt off, the less our citizens are paying in interest, and the less our towns and our state and city employees will pay for retirement contributions. It automatically will raise their pay if we get this paid off faster. Lastly, it gives money to the Department of Health and Human Services for drug and alcohol cessation programs. It gives 10% of the revenues or $25 million, whatever is less. So if we get to the point where we're making $300 million in net profit, the Department of Health and Human Services will get $25 million. Lastly, it gives 5% to police officers, first responders for training, to teach them to become drug recognition experts, to deal with the incidents on the job that they'll have to deal with, and we acknowledge there may be some that they'll be able to better deal with them. And then it gives 5% to children's mental health programs through DHHS. So again, this is a win across the board for all the citizens of New Hampshire. All advocacies are taken care of. We gave in this bill the ATCs, which are concerned about lost revenue, we gave them the ability, because we found out from the New Hampshire Banking Association that not-for-profits can own for-profit entities underneath them. So we gave them the ability to file for a for-profit entity underneath them and allow them to apply for cultivation, manufacturing, and transportation licenses from the Liquor Commission. Again, this is a make-whole provision. We recognize we'll be in a little bit of direct competition with the medical marijuana industry, or correction, the therapeutic cannabis industry, and we made provisions for that to give them an additional revenue stream to help offset any potential losses they may have. Again, this bill was thoroughly vetted. I think I had drafted close to 7 different amendments that were incorporating at least 24 different requests from both sides of the aisle, and they were all incorporated into this bill. You see the bipartisan nature of this bill when you look at the representative from Dover's and mine amendment to fix the accidental illegalization of the edibles. I was ready to do for Representative Marsh's bill amendment PI if needed, because again, it made the bill better. It doesn't matter which side of the aisle the amendment came from. If it made the bill better, it was incorporated into this bill. This bill is a great bipartisan bill, and I'd ask you to please vote green.
Does the member yield to questions?
Yes, I will.
Member yields. Wait a minute. Representative. And Callie Pitts is first.
I have a real question that I would like asked. Did anyone consider if the state establishing these centers to sell what is now a federally illegal drug would put the federal funding that New Hampshire gets in many, many ways in jeopardy?
Thank you for the question. What I would tell you is this, is that from the New Hampshire Banking Commission, we heard that the Department of Treasury has a department called FinCEN. I think it has to do with financial crimes. FinCEN, from the banking industry, gave every New Hampshire bank directions on how to deal with cannabis-related funds, which are legal federally. So apparently the federal government's already kind of made up their mind. They're not doing anything with these bills, with the states. So, So I guess the answer to your question is every indicator from the federal government is that they are not going to prosecute or come after the state, any state that has legalization at this point.
Does the member yield a further question?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for taking my question. I'll be very quick. If we make laws in this body and we feel that those laws need to be changed, like edibles need to be added in a year or two, or other provisions that we may need to oversee to improve the law that we created, would we be able to do that?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Does the member yield a further question?
Casey? I'm good.
Member does not yield. Okay, we are at the end of the debate. So now, the question is on the majority committee report of ought to pass as amended. Representative Hamala has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report for to pass as amended. The House will be in order. Members be in your seats on House Bill 1598. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Olney for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the business model and the refusal to sell recreational edibles required by this bill will only provide, at best, $15 million a year to reduce the total on multi-billion-dollar property tax in this state, $12 million a year to reduce the retirement system debt, which I think I calculated before was going to take about 1,000 years that way, $3 million for substance abuse help, and half that for drug enforcement and children's health systems each. And if I know that New Hampshire can do better than this, and if I know that passing this state monopoly model this year will make it much harder to replace with one that works next year, even if we could get the edibles into it, which are half of the money, surely I will press the red button so that another motion can be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Nunes for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that along with every cannabis bill that's come through the legislature, our goal is always to stop arresting people. And Mr. Speaker, media resources and polls have provided data stating that over 70% of Granite Staters approve of adult use legalized cannabis, and that we've been trying unsuccessfully for over 20 years to give the citizens what they've asked for. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 1598 can do just that, and that it can also help our citizens by directing 50% of the revenue taken in by the state to be applied to property tax relief, reducing the tax obligations for every taxpayer, and if I also know other provisions in 1598 direct revenue to assist the overbearing retirement system debt, and also supports children's behavioral, mental health, and welfare, then would I support the taxpayers, the state and municipal workers, and the kids by pressing the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
House will be in order. The motion before us is the ought to pass as amended motion on House Bill 1598. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 169 voting yea, 156 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Everybody stay in your seats, please. We're down to the last bill taken off consent, and there's a short debate. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1540 FN, an act relative to recording custodial interrogations. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Gerald Griffin for the committee. The amendment is 1095H, printed in House Record 12, pages 24. The question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative True to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 540 was passed by the House on February 16th, referred to Finance, and now here we are again with amendment. The amendment requires the recording of all custodial interrogation. The Finance Committee found that, as amended, this bill has little or no financial impact on New Hampshire counties and towns. The New Hampshire Association of Police Chiefs testified that many small towns in New Hampshire will need to purchase equipment. The New Hampshire County attorneys testified they will need to purchase additional equipment and hire additional personnel to comply. Since the state of New Hampshire is not funding these additional costs, it is my position that this downshifting of costs to the towns and counties is a violation of Article 28A of the New Hampshire Constitution, and that is why I cannot support the motion of OTPA. I tried to make that point in the past, and I failed, and I do appreciate the opportunity to fail one more time. The New Hampshire Constitution says, "Thou shalt not downshift." It doesn't say, try not to downshift unless you think it's for a really good idea. In closing, please allow me to quote from the greatest band to ever come out of Erie, Pennsylvania, the Oneidas. My friends, you just keep doing that thing you do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Gerald Griffin to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill was looked at by Finance, and we had some concerns that we might be passing some costs on. As the bill came to us, it had severe restrictions on what was an exception to the bill. Finance addressed those restrictions. They removed financial impact as a restriction and allowed it as a restriction. And they removed it as a prohibited, and they allowed it as a restriction. We considered those small towns, and we also worried about whether they had the equipment and the cost that it would be for them to do it. And therefore, we basically created a bill with exceptions that I think you can drive a truck through. And I don't think there's any town that will be impacted by this bill. It doesn't mandate that you do interrogations. It says if you do interrogations, they need to be recorded electronically. It doesn't say video recordings. It just says they needed to be recorded electronically. And there is an exception in the bill that would allow exceptions for many, many causes, including financial causes or lack of equipment. So I believe that this is a good bill. It brings transparency to the interrogation process. It protects the person in custody. It protects the police. It is overall a very good bill. Most of our large cities are already doing what this bill is asking all people to do. So I hope you will join with me and vote to pass this bill with amendment.
The motion before us is the order pass as amended motion on House Bill 1540. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for the third reading motion.
All right, resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered a third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time, and when the House adjourns today, it be to meet at the call of the chair.
The question is on the third reading motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. We have a couple of announcements and one unanimous consent, so if everybody will just stick around for a minute. The chair recognizes Representative Levesque for an announcement.
Just wanted to let everybody know that before we leave, that there will be a photo opportunity for those wearing blue and yellow and sunflowers. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Magliori for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to remind everybody, Republicans and Democrats alike, May 22nd, the legislative softball game, our charity event to raise money for children with disabilities, for domestic abuse victims, and for homeless veterans. A truly nonpartisan event. We hope that everyone will reach out, come. Everyone who comes is going to play, coach. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have a great time. Get in touch with Representative Lang. Get in touch with Representative Pete Somsich. Get in touch with myself. We have T-shirts made 100% in the United States. So we hope that you'll all come out, support each other, but support these important organizations that serve our community. So again, May 22nd, and get in touch with any one of us to sign up. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Lang for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank everybody for the food drive. It was a great success. The boxes are still going to be up for about another week before I collect them, so if you're coming in for committee hearings and you want to still donate to the food drive, we've raised through the food drive a little over $3,500 that'll go to our two charities. We have the Democrats on this side have chosen to do a domestic violence shelter program, and Republicans on that side have chosen to give their donation to homeless veterans relief program. So all the money we raise are going to go to support those two charities. If you still have food, you want to bring it in, it'll help. If you want to do cash donations, you can just drop them in the box and I'll collect it and we'll add that to the totals. I want to thank everybody. I truly appreciate it. The response has been overwhelming, and thank you again.
Chair recognizes the clerk for announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two quick announcements. Remember, if you leave the Buy Next Now tests in your mailboxes in the back, we will mail them to you. If not, if you don't want them to be mailed to you, then please put them into the box, not the trash bin, but the box with the signs on it. Second thing, please do not leave a mess at your seats. If you have trash, take it with you. If you have stuff in your seat pockets, including all the papers, it would be helpful if you could take those and throw those. Thank you.
For what reason is the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to address the House, if I may.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What do you want to do? What do you want?
I'd like to address the House about an incident that happened today during a debate.
What-
I would like to address the House
Rep-
today
Representative,
about an incident.
are you asking for unanimous consent?
Yes. Okay.
You may continue.
May I begin? Mr. Speaker, today during the floor debates on HB 1609, the Fetal Protection Act, I was disheartened to hear that at least two members loudly interrupted the member's speech with the words liar. While the gentleman from Stratford spoke, the members who yelled that word disrespected the gentleman from Stratford and the entire House. As Americans, we are divided on many issues, yet we as honorable legislators have a duty to uphold proper decorum. I would like to apologize. I'm sorry that people called the member from Stratford a liar, when I've known him to be a very hard-working rep. He and I don't agree on everything, but we have worked together very productively, and I have a great deal of respect for him. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Cannon for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is the International Transgender Day of Visibility. It's an annual event that occurs on March 31st. It's dedicated to celebrating transgender people and raising awareness of discrimination faced by transgender people worldwide, as well as a celebration of their contributions to society. Many people, like myself, Representative Bunker, Representative Lawton, have hidden from the public for most of our lives. We chose to hide rather than to cause societal problems for the people around us and ourselves. Now we celebrate ourselves and people like us who have faced our fears and become visible role models for other transgender people in the United States and in countries around the world. Yesterday, President Biden proclaimed March 31st, 2022 as Transgender Day of Visibility. The following is a quote from his proclamation. On this Transgender Day of Visibility, we honor transgender people who are fighting for freedom, equality, dignity, and respect. We also celebrate the parents, teachers, coaches, doctors, and other allies who affirm the identities of their transgender children and help these young people reach their potential. Transgender people are some of the bravest Americans I know. And our nation and the world are stronger, more vibrant, and more prosperous because of them. To transgender Americans of all ages, I want you to know that you are so brave, you belong. I have your back. I agree with the President. I have met with many brave transgender youth, young adults, parents, and communities of people who are standing up to support their transgender family members, friends, businesses, and community leaders. Today is a Transgender Day of Visibility. We aren't hiding anymore. We are a very active and visible part of our communities and our state. Thank you.
For what reason, the member rise?
I request that Representative Cannon's remarks be placed in the permanent journal.
Without objection. Representative Osborne moves that the House stand in recess for the purpose of introduction of bills, enrolled bills, amendments, enrolled bill reports, receiving messages. Ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion is adopted. The House is in recess to the call of the chair.